campout, where I talked about why vegans need to be active, and in fact how it is a moral imperative. And it was well received. And here we are putting into action what I was talking about. And what we want to do with this workshop, because it's a little bit longer, the idea that we have for this is that this is going to be a live working model. So what we're going to do is go through everything that we have in the slides, and then we're going to show some examples of outreach and then some other things as well. But if you see anything here that you think you can contribute to, let us know in the Q&A, because we can update this together. And that's the whole thing about AV, is that we are ever evolving and developing our activism, because the goal is to be the most effective at what we're doing. Something I like to say is that we're not here to be 90% effective. We're here to be 100% effective, and 100% is made up of 1%, right? So every little thing counts. So even if you have a little contribution to make, please let us know. So, before I talk to you about what we are here to do in terms of outreach and how we should do outreach, we have to start with the definition of the word vegan, because during the vegan campout, I had several hundreds of people sitting in front of me, and I asked everybody to raise their hand if they knew who Leslie Cross is. I want you to do the same thing. Raise your hand if you know who Leslie Cross is. Okay, so those numbers are still quite low, but you guys are AVers, so I expect it to be higher than the vegan campout, I guess. No diss to the campout attendees, but it was actually really dismal. I saw maybe 10 hands go up among hundreds of people. And Leslie Cross, and this is in the UK as well, by the way. Leslie Cross is a native to that country, and no one even knew who he was. In 1951, he coined the term vegan, and the definition is extremely important for you to understand, because some years later it was changed by Vegan Society, and I'm not going to get into why that happened and what happened there, because I don't really know the full story. But all I know is that it was changed, and I think that that change that they made actually convoluted the definition further than what it needed to be. In fact, I think that the original definition is crystal clear, and it is the doctrine that man should live without exploiting animals. Now, you could also understand this as taking... What's up? In between?
The camera.
Right.
Just
Just be mindful of the camera, guys. Cool? You could also interpret this definition as rejecting animal exploitation, because I see this as a justice movement, and I'm sure you do too, right? Right? Let me hear your voices. Yeah. Good. This is not about love and peace and harmony and all that. We'll get into that later, but this is, what did you say? Namaste. Namaste in your corner and eat your tofu. This is a justice movement. So I liken this to any other justice movement, right? So if you reject child abuse, if you reject human trafficking, and you stop doing it yourself, but everybody else in society is doing it multiple times a day, you would reject it in the sense that you would speak out against it, right? You wouldn't just chase moral purity as an individual. Does that make sense to each and every one of you? So that's how I see this. It's rejecting animal exploitation in society, right? When you ask people what it means to be vegan, usually, vegan or not, usually vegans misunderstand this too, by the way. This is why this training is so important. But most people, especially non-vegans, will tell you it's about not eating meat, it's about not eating dairy products, it's about not eating eggs and things like that. They think it's about what you don't consume. They think it's a diet. They think it's a restrictive diet at that. Veganism has nothing to do with human health or diets. It has nothing to do with human rights, which is another way of saying human health. Human health is a matter of human rights, actually. It's your right to pursue well-being, isn't it? And I'm a fan of that right. I like to be healthy. I'm glad I get to control my well-being and pursue well-being. But that has zero to do with veganism. And in fact, when you talk about someone's health and you make it about them as an individual and what health benefits they get out of being vegan, you are promoting human rights in the face of animal rights, which is going to further marginalize the injustice and the animals who are oppressed as a result of the person that you're speaking with. So you are doing more damage than you think by doing this, and a lot of people love to rationalize this by saying, yes, but they don't seem to care about animals, so we should just get them however we can get them. And who cares whichever way they go vegan, which is really plant-based, because then they're not oppressing animals, and the animals don't care how it ends, it just has to end. But what you're doing is literally creating the kind of person that will never promote veganism correctly, and they will probably not actually be vegan. I think that the chances of that are low. You're also communicating in a way that lacks care factor for what the animals are experiencing at the hands of humans. Why would you do that? If they seemingly don't care about animals, that doesn't mean that you should stop caring about animals in the way that you communicate, right?
Yes.
So it also has nothing to do with the environment. A lot of people love to tell me, yes, but the animals live in the environment too. Yeah, but human beings live in the environment also, right? And when most people are talking about environmental points, they are seeing it from the perspective of how it benefits humans. They're not doing this on behalf of gorillas and giraffes and elephants, etc. Right? And when vegans are advocating for environmental talking points as a reason to go vegan, they're not talking about those wild animals. They're talking about soil and water and air and trees. Right? Now, there's nothing wrong with environmentalism. Again, I'm a big fan. But it has nothing to do with this. It's a separate, completely separate discussion from animal rights. Veganism is about rejecting animal exploitation. It has nothing to do with affection towards animals. Yes, people are hypocrites if they say they love animals, but they're not vegan. But when you are communicating, and so yes, it's a good response to people who say, I love animals, to call them out on that. But when you're communicating about veganism, don't say that it's about loving animals, because it's not about loving animals at all. Someone can hate you, right? But they have no right to exploit you, especially not to exploit you to death, to use you as a resource, to use you for their benefit. Just because somebody doesn't like you or hates you or feels indifferent towards you, has no right, they have no right to strip their rights. They have no right to strip your rights away from you. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Whether you feel love or not doesn't matter. This isn't about positivity. I literally have had people come up to me and say, aren't we here to spread positivity? Like, why are you telling us to hold non-vegans accountable? What? How vague is that? This is not about positivity. This is about ending an injustice. We're delivering an ugly truth. Accept that. This is the reality of what we're doing as activists. This is not about a reduction of suffering either. That terminology is used a lot in this movement, and that is also extremely vague. Reducing suffering in this world could apply to any injustice. And it doesn't address crop deaths and other instances where vegans are actually causing some suffering in society. But when it comes to crop deaths, for example, we can simply address that by pointing out that we're not exploiting insects in order to grow broccoli. Right? Does that make sense to each of you? Yes. This is why the definition is important to start with, because it dictates how you communicate and how you operate as someone who is vegan and an activist. To summarize this in one line, in our interpretation, being vegan equals humans who are for animal rights. So this is the positive way of looking at it, because I've talked about being against something, rejecting something, but that falls into being for animal rights. The reason why we reject animal exploitation is because it's a violation of their rights. And so we're for animal rights. Make sense? So what is vegan outreach? Vegan outreach is speaking up for the victims in the same way that you would want to be spoken up for if you were in the victim's position. I'm not the first one to say this. Gary Yourofsky was the first one to say this, and I keep echoing this because it's picture perfect. It really is a great explanation of exactly how we should be operating. And if you're not speaking up for the victims in the same way that you would want to be spoken up for, you're not doing justice for the victims at all. Being a medium of truth means you have to tell people what they need to hear, not what they want to hear. Huge difference, isn't there? You have to be willing to say the things that are confronting and uncomfortable. And it's not because you want to be an asshole. It's because they have to know the truth. They have to hear it from you because they will never hear it from anyone else in society. There is not a lack of information in society about veganism. There is not a lack of education out there about all the reasons why you should be vegan and the documentaries that show slaughterhouse footage and things like that. That's out there, and it's been out there for a long time now. The reason why people are not vegan is because they choose to look away and ignore this. And the thing that's lacking is accountability. No one in society is going to hold you accountable if you're not vegan until they come across a real deal activist, a real deal vegan, right? And that will probably be the only time in their entire lives that they will be held accountable. So don't squander that opportunity by pandering to them and saying things that sound comfortable and feel comfortable for them to hear, and focusing on being liked by them as a priority, because you will not deliver the correct message to that person and get under their skin, which is exactly how they should feel after talking to you. The core of a successful outreach interaction is centered on holding individuals accountable for what they're responsible for. You're talking to oppressors. Okay? We are all conditioned by this society that we live in since birth. So it's understandable that they have become an oppressor. And so we are giving them a chance to stop and to change. But you have to understand that who you're talking to is a victimizer. And people sense that already when they stop by a cube and they talk to you. And that's why the guilt flares up and they start saying absurd things like plants have feelings. Just remember that if you're not holding them accountable, what are you doing exactly? What is the point of having that interaction with them? If you're just giving them information and food for thought, then you shouldn't expect that they're going to change, because like I said, that information is already out there. And everything else in the interaction is quite literally details. And we'll get into those details, but it is just details. You cannot manipulate people into going vegan with political and sales games. You will not have 100% success in doing outreach. That is an unrealistic expectation for you to have. If you think that there is a perfect way to outreach to get everybody to go vegan, you're sorely mistaken, and I cannot stand here honestly and tell you that even this method that I'm teaching you will achieve that, because it will not. You will reach a lot of people while you're on the streets who are not reachable. These people will never go vegan. I'm going to throw my own brother under the bus here. My own brother is a huge animal lover. People think we're twins. We look the same, we're not that far apart in age, and we were pretty much inseparable as kids. He has heard me outreaching ad nauseum. He says he supports me. Lip service. He actually donated to this campaign, paying the guilt away. And I can't tell you how many hours probably at this point I've spent talking to him about this. And he's still not vegan. Some people are just like rocks, and they're just not going to change. And I think that the better that we accept that, the better we will be as activists. Because if you hold on to this idea that one day they'll change, I'll just have to, sure, you should, with people you have an affinity with, I think it's a good idea to have patience and give them more time. But don't hold on to the idea that they're going to change necessarily. I think you're just going to end up banging your head up against a wall. And the purpose of this outreach training is to empower you. So many vegans come up to me and say, I'm just so sick and tired of talking to people who won't listen. And I ask them, well, how long do you talk to those people? Because that's totally within your control. And people are usually banging their heads up against a wall trying to get through to those people. And if we stop playing this game of debating everybody who seemingly has these arguments for why they're not vegan, but we're assuming that they're going to listen when we respond with argumentation, then we will be able to move on to people who will listen and who will change. And that's all you can control. There's no magic set of words during outreach that will make someone go vegan. If they're ready, they will listen and they will change. And if they're not ready, they will not. Your function as an activist is to hold non-vegans accountable, and you need to essentially put them in the victim's position, because there's no other way to understand how wrong it is to be non-vegan unless you envision it from the animal's position. And by the way, we are animals, right? And if anybody is in denial of that and they say we're something else, in my experience, those people are not reachable. I just want to make that, this is like a new thing I've discovered. Those people are just absolutely not reachable. And I love to say to them, okay, so a daisy is a flower. A banana is a fruit. Shiitake is a mushroom. What is a human? And they're like, a human is a human. What is a human? You're not answering the question. What is a human? And they don't have an answer. This is insanity. The fact that we have separated ourselves to such a degree from the animal kingdom is part of the reason why human supremacy is a disease and a sickness within our species. And that's the core of the problem, is that humans are human supremacists, which is the most common form of discrimination and violence in our world. And before I move on to the next slide, I'm going to show you something that the OG Gary Yourofsky said a long time ago, because what I'm telling you is really a tapestry of what I've learned through my own experience, doing over 1,000 cubes of truth around the world in many, many cities. Most of them probably done in Melbourne City, my original stomping grounds. But also, I've been paying attention to activists that have both worked within AV and their experience, and activists that have done this long before any of us, who actually laid the foundation out for everybody. If it wasn't for this guy, there would be no Earthling Ed, or you name it. All these activists that exist, including me, would not be here today. And that's a fact. So I'm going to show you something he said a while ago now, and it still rings true today. In 2012. This is before AV even started.
Always speak truthfully and forcefully. Do not be a politician ever. Playing politics doesn't work. If you think that if you're going to say plant-based instead of vegan, that's going to make somebody listen, you're sorely mistaken. If you think that by saying, I'm an animal advocate instead of an animal liberation activist, that someone's going to listen, it is completely untrue. After talking to 60,000 people, I've realized and learned that people are ready to listen to the message or they're not, no matter how you act. I can be as sweet as Gandhi or as radical as early Malcolm X, and it will not change one person's mind about the issue of veganism and animal rights. It all depends upon the person, whether they're willing to listen. I'll give you an example. A couple times a year, I have speeches that turn into a Jerry Springer show. People want to scream and yell at me. I don't want to do it, but they want to start. So recently, one of these lectures happened, and the student told me that I was rude and abrasive. I said, okay, do you think everybody feels that way? And they said yes. I said, well, we're going to take a vote on that. There were about 40 students in the class. I said, raise your hand if you thought I was rude and abrasive. 7 people raised their hands. So I said, okay, that leaves 33 people that didn't think I was rude and abrasive and listened to what I had to say. So I pointed to the student and I said, maybe the problem isn't me. Maybe the problem is you. And you, and I pointed to the 7 people. If I'm giving the same speech to the same crowd and 33 people like it and 7 people didn't, I can't be the problem. So again, what I'm saying is, those 7 people came into that classroom unwilling to listen, no matter what I did, no matter what I said. In fact, there have been some lectures where I've gotten on my hands and knees and begged people to stop killing animals. My wife, Erica, witnessed one of these lectures at University of Central Florida. This guy was being rude and abrasive himself, and mean and stubborn and stupid. So I got on my knees sincerely, and I said, please stop killing the animals. And if you're not going to stop killing them for the animals, stop doing it for me, your fellow human. Look what it's doing to me. And he looked at me dead in the eye and said, no. So my point is, politics never works. It's always better to speak the truth and be honest. And when I condemn politics and politicians, think about this. All the people that we collectively admire, Gandhi and Dr. King and Malcolm X and Rosa Parks, Nelson Mandela, Henry David Thoreau, none of the people that we collectively admire was a politician. They were all activists. So I will ask activists to stop playing political games, say what needs to be said, explain the murder, the Holocaust that's taking place, explain the rapes that happen to animals on a daily basis. Don't be afraid to say these words. These animals are suffering horribly. And when we sit around and play political games, it doesn't benefit them in one bit.
And I can tell you from my experience that is exactly true. I have done outreach perfectly to some people, and they still don't change. At the end, they still say, no, I don't think I'm going to do it. Even though some people even seem like they're going to change. And at the end, they're like, to be honest, I don't think I will. Which is unbelievable. But this is the world we live in, you know. Some people are just rocks. So, moving on. There's a lot of people who use this term, I'm planting seeds, you know. What people mostly mean when they use this term is verbally leafleting, which means they're just talking about information and using points that they can just easily find on the internet. And these points or these things that people are saying are really not going to make people feel that moral obligation to change. And there is a space in your interaction for information, of course, but there isn't an actual reason to go vegan unless you give them a moral obligation. So most of your interaction should be based on holding them accountable. What we mean by seed planting is that the bystander or the non-vegan that you're speaking with leaves knowing that they are personally responsible for what is happening to animals. And that they must be vegan of that day because this is urgent. This is not something that they can enact tomorrow or the next week or in a year. They need to know that this needs to happen from now and that anything else is morally unjustifiable. Raise your hand if you don't know what this term means. Pandering. Does anyone here not know what it means to pander? Okay, there's a few of you. So pandering is when you are over-agreeable and disingenuous. And it's usually for the sake of being liked because you're placing that as a priority over and above telling people what they need to hear. Pandering will cause non-vegans to lose respect for you. And they will see that your desire to be validated by them is greater than your desire to end the injustice that you're standing out on the streets to address. And the thing that non-vegans love to do is they'll manipulate you into thinking that they've gained respect for you when you pander to them. So they'll actually pander to you too. You know, they'll say things like, "Oh, you've given me something to think about. Thank you for that." Or they'll say things like, "Yeah, you're doing a great job. I really respect the work that you're doing." But they're saying it to end the conversation. They're not really going to change as a result. And something I say to those people is, with all due respect, the purpose of me engaging with you today was not necessarily to get your respect, but it's to make sure that you change and you become vegan, because that's what the animals need. And that's the thing, again, like they know that this is obvious, like they're obviously responsible, so they're trying to get their way out of it. It's a lot easier to play the victim than it is to be accountable for your actions. So that's why a lot of people say, "Oh, but my body, you know, like I need to eat animals for protein and for iron and things like that." And so they're acting like they're a victim to their own body's needs. Like, "Oh, I have no choice in this situation, you know, my body just craves these things and I just need it. Like I have no control." But really, they're playing the victim when they could be accountable for their actions, and they can figure out how to make this work on a plant-based diet. And you all know that it's actually very easy, don't you, to get your nutrients. So this is just a nonsense excuse. I'm only using that as an example here to make my point, but you get my point. I've sort of covered this already. But yeah, your likability doesn't determine your rights. Whether someone likes you, dislikes you, hates you, feels indifferent, doesn't matter. People need to respect your rights. You have a right to not be exploited to death. The animals have that right also, especially from a species who claims to be civilized, who claims to be anti-oppression. Most people say they're against animal abuse. But by saying that you're vegan, if you say that because you do that because you're a compassionate person, or this is a compassionate movement, if you don't go around and you don't violate children or women or men or anyone, that doesn't necessarily make you a compassionate individual just by not doing those things, right? You could say that being out on the streets as an activist, or just being an activist in general, is an act of compassion, but I don't see it that way, actually, at all. I see it as a moral obligation to just change this world and create a world of justice for animals. It's not loving, it's the right thing to do. It's simply sane and just to be vegan. This approach that I'm teaching you, with this outreach approach here, is just pure honesty. And I don't know why anyone would have anything against just being honest with people. When people say, "Yes, but don't you think that like plants also suffer like animals?" If you say, "Well, that's a good question," that's not a good question. So be honest. I like to tell people that's absolutely ridiculous, because it is. And people need to be told that. And the softer that you are with people, again, they'll see that your desire to be validated by them is greater than you were actually addressing the injustice. And they'll lose respect for you. You think you're gaining respect from people by being soft, pandering, compromising on the message, focusing on being liked as a priority, but you're not. You're actually causing the opposite. And you're making a mockery of animal rights, quite frankly. You know, again, back to the thing I was saying earlier, a lot of people say, well, people don't seem to care about the ethics, they don't really care about animals. That's why we have to talk about the health points and the environment points and all these other things. But again, like, you are actually making a mockery of animal rights by you taking the position that it doesn't need to be enough of a reason to be vegan. You're actually saying to that person, the animals are not enough of a reason. Yeah, I've made my point about this already. And about the health and environment points, it's obviously a lot easier to agree with that stuff. Yeah, it's bad for deforestation and global warming. Yeah, I read something about that. That's true. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's also healthier for you to eat fruits and vegetables. As if we didn't learn that as kids already. I knew that when I was a kid, that eating fruits and vegetables was good for you. Why are we having this discussion with grown adults? Why are we even entertaining this nonsense? Of course they know this. Also, about the health point, it's none of your business really what people do for their health. If people want to smoke cigarettes, take drugs, drink alcohol, etc., that's their business, isn't it? So why does it change when it comes to their health, when it comes to diet? Who are you to say you should be eating a plant-based diet because it's better for your health? You should be vegan, actually, because it's better for your health. Do you go up to people who are overweight and say you should lose weight? If you don't do that, then you're being a hypocrite. Why would you do something similar in this case? Oh, because the animals won't be oppressed anymore. This is like false logic. This is a fallacy that people are going to become vegan because of this, because people already know that it's good for your health to eat fruits and vegetables. Oh, and people say, oh, but you guys eat plant-based meats and those things aren't healthy for you. Again, that's disingenuous. They know that you don't have to eat those things. You can eat fruits and vegetables, whole foods. You don't need to eat all of these processed meats and cheeses and stuff like that. And like a lot of you, if you're talking about environmental points and health points, you don't even know what you're talking about usually. You probably read something on some website or you watched a documentary and those things aren't really up to date. Like, why are you acting like you're an environmental scientist? Some of you might actually be one. That's great, but this is a separate discussion, like I said. But it's like, it just seems like really audacious for you to be out there acting like you're a nutritionist or an environmental scientist. You're an animal rights activist, and all I'm asking you to do is act like one. And let's face it, the majority of people are not environmentalists anyway. If you think that they care about the environment, what, because they recycle? What other reason do you have to think that they're environmentalists? What even is the definition of an environmentalist? Because I don't even know what the clear definition is of that. I really don't. You could probably say, well, being a minimalist, you don't fly planes and stuff like that. How many people actually do that? So the person that you're speaking with is most likely not that person. And even if they do happen to speak about the environment as if they favor environmentalist talking points, again, like, you assuming that that's the reason they're going to go vegan is actually you just doing an injustice to the definition of the word vegan and the animals as a result. Another thing I want to say is, like, again, if this was another injustice like human trafficking, right? Would you say we should end that because it's bad for the environment? All those trucks and planes and buses, and it's polluting the environment, guys. We should end this. The slave trade, it should be ended because it's terrible for CO2 emissions. You would never say that. Now, to make my point clearer, if you were in the victim's position of any other injustice, let's just say you were the one enslaved. Should your slavery end because it's bad for the environment, or are you enough of a reason for the slavery to end? And it's as simple as that. You just got to put yourself in the victim's position. And yeah, again, with like health points, environmental points, we only entertain those arguments when they bring them up, because we're here to just stick to the point of what this is about. And only if you can sense that they're being genuine in their concern, right? Because a lot of people will just have a shit fight with you. They're just throwing shit up against the wall to see if it sticks. Yeah? And you're laughing because you've had this happen to you many times, right? But what about this? What aboutism? What about this? What about that? But if they seem genuine in their concern, and this does happen, people will be like, yeah, but can you get all of your nutrients on a plant-based diet? Yes, of course. Look at me. I'm talking to you right in front of you, living and breathing. I'm live in the flesh. I've been vegan for 12 years. This is me specifically talking about myself. I don't worry about protein. I don't worry about iron. I just eat a whole foods diet and I'm fine. I eat enough calories and I'm fine. And that's as simple as it is. People say, oh, well, you take a lot of supplements, don't you? I don't. I take a B12 supplement and a vitamin D3 supplement. A vegan vitamin D3 supplement. This is what everyone in society should be taking. I can say this knowing, because I have a nutritional background, but you should know this anyway. Most people in society are actually B12 deficient. Did you know that? At least 40% from the last stat I saw. And most, obviously 40% of society is not vegan. So everyone should be taking a B12 supplement of some kind. Vitamin D, even surfers, people out in the sun all day, every day, don't get enough vitamin D apparently. So everyone should be taking a vitamin D3 supplement. But if they do bring up health concerns, again, you don't have to have a nutrition background. You can just simply say, the science is on our side when it comes to plant-based diets being healthy, and there are plenty of vegan athletes and bodybuilders out there. Does that address your concern? There was an interaction I had in Germany where the guy said, yeah, but I have to eat animals because I play sport and I'm an athlete. And I said, yeah, but what about all the vegan athletes out there? He said, yeah, that's true. In one line, it was addressed. So you really don't need to point to anything else. I've already made my point about this. Okay, this is a point that I made during the vegan campout talk that I did, and I want to really get into this a bit more. So, I've mentioned this in this portion of the workshop many times, but if you are comparing to any other injustice, and I've just done that with human trafficking and slavery, the best thing to do is put them in the victim's position. It's the most effective. Why? Because when you imagine the injustice happening to you, that's when you truly understand it. We don't analyze any other injustice from the victimizer's point of view, do we? We only analyze it from the victim's point of view. When someone's being raped, we know that it's wrong because the person who's being raped and their experience. We don't analyze it from anyone else's perspective, right? Now, if you put yourself in the victim's position, then you will understand it from the individual level because you're an individual yourself. And you can only see things from your perspective at the end of the day. And of course that's the way it works. So why would you say it any other way? So talk to people based on where they're at. The whole concept of being an individual comes from you being an individual and knowing what that means as an individual yourself. And so if you're trying to connect people to the fact that animals are individuals, put them in the victim's position and they will only understand it truly from that perspective. People say, like with the religion thing, oh, but what about halal? Like, you know, kosher. How would you like it if I did that to you right now? But don't worry, I'll do it halal. Yeah, but we're humans and we're not animals. You know, it goes on to the next thing, which means they had no real argument against that response. So again, like anything that people say, usually anything that people say as an excuse, you can just address by saying, well, what if this was happening to you? Do you think that this line of logic would be acceptable? This reasoning. And this is a huge point here that I really want you to be honest with me, okay? If you disagree with this, I want to hear from you in the Q&A. Because this is rampant in the vegan movement. Using dog comparisons will either blow up in your face because people will say, oh, I don't really care about dogs. By the way, I used to be one of those people. I've radically changed. I love dogs now. But I used to be one of those people. I didn't really care. They'll either say that, or if they say they have a dog or they care about dogs, they only care as much as someone who still goes to breeders, usually, right? Or they're complacent in the fact that shelters and pounds, what do you call them here in the Netherlands? Shelters? Shelters will kill dogs, right? Do you see, they don't kill them here? Okay, unique. Well, what do they do with them?
They kill them.
Yeah, I would assume they do because...
Yeah. First they need to evaluate them, but then they kill them.
First
they evaluate their behavior, if they are somehow aggressive, if they are possible to be adopted, but usually
But
it is, they're just making things up. They don't show up numbers for the numbers of those two that they have.
So, if they can be adopted, how long, do you know how long they keep them
If a
for?
dog growls or barks at somebody, they can say this dog is aggressive, we're gonna kill the dog. And dogs in shelters bark all the time because they are
Because they're traumatized, living in a cage.
yeah, they are abandoned by the family.
Alright. Most countries and cities around the world kill dogs in shelters. It sounds like they do that here. Now, do we see humans protesting at the front of shelters? Do we live in a society that truly respects dogs enough to do that? If they were replaced with humans, you would see that happening, right? Right? Of course, you'd see people protesting at the front. How dare you? But now... Okay, so I've made my point about shelters. And breeders, people who say they're dog lovers, they will go to a breeder. They won't even think twice. And it's because these dogs are not going to be, you know, they want them as, oh, they're cute as puppies. You know, this is exploitation at its finest. So do you really want cows and chickens and pigs and turkeys and fish to be respected and given the same level of respect as a dog? If we are actually trying to get people to respect them as much as a dog, we're not achieving animal liberation. Does anyone here disagree with that? Feel free to disagree. You don't have to agree 100% with everything I say.
Now, I would like to add something, because my daughter went vegan after a cube, and the first cube she was at, she went vegetarian because they started about dogs, and we just had a little puppy, and we're animal lovers, so hey, don't talk about a puppy. When you
don't talk about it.
When you don't make the connection yet, it's one bridge too far, because if you make the connection and you understand it and you feel it, you don't have to tell anything about horse riding, dog, puppy breeds and stuff, because you made a connection by heart, and then there are no more words needed, I think. And she was lost after the conversation, so she went home and she was vegetarian and thought, no, she didn't heard the vegan facts at that point.
Okay.
A cube later she did, and then she went vegan.
A cube later?
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to clarify. I'm not saying this is completely ineffective. For people who are like low-hanging fruit, it's effective. Like this Elwood dog meat organization that started. Like, it's obviously somewhat effective. I'm not saying it's not effective. It's obviously going to work with some people. But again, we're here to be the most effective that we can possibly be. What do you have to say, Christos?
So, sometimes you get people that deny that our animals are individuals, they are not big and stuff. So, sometimes I might bring the other dog or pet home, recognize that dog is a sentient individual that has a wide range of emotions, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they acknowledge that. So, I thought I'd like to make a comparison that cows and the other animals, we don't care about same individuals exactly like the dog. So I just think that context if I ever think about.
Okay, but what would be better, that or putting them in the victim's position, in your opinion, like through your experience in outreach?
Putting them in the
Yeah, because again, if they go into, yeah, but we're not animals, then again, I don't think you're talking to someone reachable. If they don't think we're animals, I don't see why they're going to respect dogs as much as you think they do. Most people have a dog die in their family, in their home, and then they just sort of get over it within a week or two. Don't they? Whereas like a human dies and they mourn and mourn and mourn. And I know that it's species specific, probably there's some kind of evolutionary thing tied to that. But I don't think people really care about dogs as much as we would hope. That's my point. And again, I'm not saying it's ineffective. I'm saying, like, I actually think, I follow Elwood, and I like the content. I think it's hilarious. And I think that people who are doing that kind of outreach, I'm interested to know how people what their experience is like. I'm always asking questions about like how it went. Did you convince people to go vegan? And I'm sure they do. But I have to be honest and say, through my experience, it's way more effective to put someone in the victim's position as an individual, and I cannot deliver anything else but the most effective method to you, otherwise I wouldn't be doing my job properly. Okay? Statistics, if you get into statistics too much, like I just talked about, the level of B12 deficiency in our society, if you start talking about that stuff too much in your interaction, if you don't just keep it short and sweet, then you will probably find yourself in an endless debate, back and forth, and this is going to be counterproductive. You aren't at a cube of truth to be a statistician. You're there to have a concise conversation that holds people accountable for their oppression of animals. A conversation that goes on for longer than necessary will make it seem like this is a complex topic, that they need to go home and think about this and do their homework, right? This means that they won't act immediately, and that's what needs to happen. Not everybody is worth talking to. Part of your role is to assess who is reachable and who is not. So I'm talking to you about like some of the key principles that we have here. But your job as an activist, right, is to engage with people when they stop and they're watching the footage of the cube. That's important, that you make sure you approach them, that you know what to say, you know how to say it. But you need to also know who you're talking to, and you need to work out who you're talking to. Shortly I'm going to show you examples of outreach, and I'm going to show you some outreach interactions. One of them I've never shown anybody, and it's a very human experience. I'm showing you how human I am because I lose my shit in this interaction, and I say something that I don't think I've ever said. And these people were clearly not reachable. And you might have criticism to say, Paul, you shouldn't have done that, you should have just walked away. And you might be right. But this was during the 15 days in Taipei campaign that I did, 15 consecutive days of cubes. I was probably exhausted and tired of hearing the same old shit from people. And I want to show you this because I want you to understand that this happens to the best of us. And that you may lose your shit sometimes, and that's okay. You may feel angry beyond measure. And that's okay. You're supposed to feel angry when you're doing this, because if you're not feeling angry, then you're not paying attention. You're really not. If you're putting yourself in the victim's position, what other emotion would you feel? Your ability to disengage with non-vegans who want to engage in long argumentative debates, who want to get into all these intellectual potholes, just endless tunnels of pseudo-intellectual nonsense. Your ability to disengage and walk off is going to be one of the most empowering things that you will do as an activist. And do not underestimate the cunningness of non-vegans, which is usually fueled by their guilt. And when I say cunning, it's because they may be doing this consciously, subconsciously, whatever, it doesn't matter. But what they usually do is gaslight you to thinking that what you're seeing, you're not really seeing. What you're hearing, you're not really hearing. What you're feeling is not really valid. And they'll tell you that you're an extremist, you're militant, you shouldn't be so direct, etc. And again, your ability to keep those conversations short and move on is a power move. The better you get at that, the better you will be as an activist, for sure. And don't underestimate their ability to waste your time, because that's another thing that people do as a psychological attack on you, and it's really just a defense against the message that you have, and don't take it personal. This is just their response to the vegan message, especially when you're delivering it as clear as it needs to be delivered. Raise your hand if you don't know who Socrates is. What about the Socratic method? Have you heard of it? Anyone who hasn't heard of it, raise your hand. Okay, so the Socratic method was developed, I think, based on arguments and trying to get people to understand something by engaging them in the interaction, by having them arrive at their own conclusions, by saying things like, well, are you against animal exploitation? Instead of saying, you should be against animal exploitation. Now, I'm not saying there isn't a place for that, the latter, because there is a place for that. But at some point in the interaction, that will help you to further the interaction forward. Most of the interaction is usually based on questions, because again, you want them to arrive at their own conclusion. So, how do you feel about animal exploitation? Are you against it? These questions will get them to think for themselves. It's also assuming that they're intelligent enough to arrive at their own conclusions. They don't need you to implant them in their heads. And a lot of vegans focus on how easy it is to be vegan. How? So there's a lot of talk about like all the plant-based options, all these vegan food dishes that exist in restaurants. Like it's so easy and like we need to give them resources, like tons of resources. We need to give them like a full program for a month to be a part of in order to be vegan, because they need to know how to do it. This is insulting to people's intelligence, and it's just completely unrealistic. So many people go vegan immediately, which is proof that you don't need to figure this out for longer than a split second. Right? And for those who took longer, they took too long. And that's just the truth, isn't it? They took way longer than they should have taken to address this. And we have access to Google, and people have a smartphone usually, or they have an internet connection. They can figure this stuff out on their own. cubeoftruth.com, which is on the card that you hand out to people at the end of the interaction, gives them plenty of resources, recipes, and more. And videos which is really focused on the why, and that's what I want to make a point about here, is that it's far more effective to focus on why they need to be vegan. Again, if this was any other injustice, if you were in the victim's position, would you find it appropriate for people to focus on how easy it is to stop oppressing you? You know, oh, look how easy, there's so many alternatives. You would be a reason enough. Why is far more important than how. In order for people to feel like they need to be vegan, they need to be held accountable for why they should be vegan. Focusing on how is actually an insult to the victims, and it marginalizes the severity of their oppression. And again, there is some space for how, but it should be kept to a minimum. Why is far more important to focus on in the interaction. Vegetarians. I said this during my campout talk. Vegetarians are non-vegans. I actually asked people to raise their hand during my campout talk if they were vegetarian. At the end, I only had time for one Q&A, for one question, and that person happened to be vegetarian. And it was the strangest question, because he basically said, I'm getting off topic, but I'll just finish my thought. He basically said, why don't you focus on the environmental points? Because that seems to be front and center. We have a climate emergency, and it seems like if you did that, you would convince more people. This guy was saying, basically, that he knows about the climate emergency, and yet he's not vegan yet. What? So why would I focus on the environmental points if that's not going to get you to go vegan? And I said, listen, I'm not an environmental activist. I am a vegan activist, and the point of a vegan activist is to reject animal exploitation. And it received a round of applause. And then I said, and go vegan. Because I don't have the chance to like outreach him right there in front of everybody. But yeah, there were a few vegetarians at the camp out. Which, you know, and some people that weren't even vegetarian, they were just, you know, meat eaters as well. And it's funny that I'd use that term, because we're going to get into unacceptable terms, and that's one of them. But in the context of what I just said, it makes sense. In most cases, you have two kinds of vegetarians. The first is the kind that just needs a kick up the ass. They just need a little bit of a push and they'll change. Right? They need someone to hold them accountable and they will change. And then in the second case, which is way more common, they have this audacity to have a level of entitlement that is completely irrational. And they will basically have the attitude of, how dare you tell me to do any different than what I'm doing now? I've probably been vegetarian longer than you've been vegan. I'm already doing enough. Vegetarians are our target market. They are part of the problem, a massive part of the problem. I actually think they're worse because they are carrying on as if they're doing some kind of bootleg fake version of veganism. They're making veganism a mockery. And the paleo diet, raise your hand if you don't know what the paleo diet is. Okay, one person. It's dying down now. I haven't seen so much of it, but like recently, because I think the carnivore craze has picked up. But like the paleo diet is based on eating everything from an animal except breast milk, like except for anything from, I think, cows and goats and any other animal. And they don't eat milk, cheese, etc. How is that any different from a vegetarian who doesn't consume flesh? Morally speaking, how are those two groups of people any different? But nobody would confuse paleo and vegan, right? That would be insane. To let paleo people off the hook, to speak softly to them, to put a slash next to vegans, paleo, like vegan/paleo. But you go to restaurants and you see vegan/vegetarian. People have stats about like vegans and vegetarians, like they put them in the same conversation constantly, right? But you would never see that in the case of a paleo person. Why? Morally speaking, there's no difference. The only people that are going to correct this shit in society is you, vegans, people who understand the actual definition of the word and understand the importance of getting this message out there and changing people.
Actually, I think paleo is growing again.
Is it?
It's so crazy, but it's growing in the Netherlands. Yes.
Oh, it's called the ancestral diet now.
Yeah.
Those people live till they're 35 in caves, and we're trying to mimic how they ate. Are you serious?
Yes, and they find themselves very spiritual also.
Well, Christspiracy, because a lot of people say biblical nutrition too. I've heard that term being used, and Christspiracy kind of addresses that too. If you haven't seen that, I recommend it. Ancestral diet. Get out of here. Like, a lot of people think of themselves as more evolved than their ancestors, and yet they're trying to eat like their ancestors. It's just insane.
I think they think it's healthy. That's why they do it.
Well, again, this isn't a health message anyway, right? They think it's healthy, and like we have criticism about that. But again, like just to reiterate, this isn't even about health. So whatever people do for their health is beside the point. They have no right to do this to animals. That's the message we have. Unacceptable terms. Again, feel free to disagree. I want to hear from you if you do, and we can talk it out. That's the purpose of this workshop. This is a working model. Unacceptable terms, meat eater, to describe non-vegans. When you say meat eaters, you're not addressing vegetarians, quite frankly. Carnist. Like, when you say someone is a carnist, you're basically saying it's like part of their evolution or something. Like, it's like something they can't change, and the word, if you break it up like Italian and Spanish, the word carne means meat. So that word kind of derives if you look at the etymology of that. Do you want to say something about that?
No, it's alright.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Like, it basically touches on the word meat. Like you're a meatist, right? And like, why are we using that term when we have a much better term, which I'll get into? Omnivore. What? People are still using this term. When you say, oh, I'm vegan and my friend is an omnivore, you're basically saying, again, that this is some kind of biological thing, that they're, you know, some kind of evolutionary biological thing. Like it's just their natural state to be an omnivore. I don't care if we're herbivores or omnivores or carnivores. I really don't care. At the end of the day, we know that we can be plant-based, and therefore we should. Carnivore, like, yeah, go ahead.
Is plant-based unacceptable to me?
That's a good point. Let's do this together, guys.
We know it's unacceptable.
What's that?
We know it's unacceptable.
Yeah, you know that, but let's make it clear for everybody. Alright, carnivore. A lot of people are making these videos, vegan versus carnivore, as if those two things... You actually made a good point about this. What did you say?
Your observations were not actual, obligations. So, carnivore doesn't mean that you need to be eating meat. It's just that we observe them that's all they can eat.
Right, so it's about their practices, their actions versus like who they really are on a biological level, right? So, and like veganism is rejecting animal exploitation, so it's a moral stance which has nothing to do with any of this. Like to say vegan versus carnivore is actually two things that shouldn't be compared. Now I get the point of these videos, it's clickbait and it does get people to watch and, you know. But again, like we have to be clear about what we're saying here. We're the only ones in the world that will actually clarify these terms and make sure everybody understands this. Vegan journey. Oh, I'm on my journey and I'm going to take a while to become vegan and blah, blah, blah. I'm on my vegan journey. Baby steps, a lot of people say, oh, you know, small steps, eventually I'll do it. And if you start saying, yeah, baby steps, yeah, no worries, that's good. Taking baby steps is acceptable. And now we've added plant-based. So that's the outreach workshop. Now I'm going to show you some examples. Which one would you like to see first? Good or bad? Okay. I'm nervous. Honestly, I'm nervous to show you this. But if I didn't show you this, I wouldn't be honest about like this actually happening in real life. And I know for a fact that some of the top level activists that you know of delete these videos and never post them. And I'm showing you this because I want you to know, again, like if this happens to you, we're all in the same boat. This happens sometimes. You ready? Can we turn the volume up a little bit? Is that possible? Yeah, it's the third and fourth. Okay. You keep animals in a different way.
Is this?
Okay, so just to clarify, because the beginning was cut off, I approached them and I said, have you seen this footage before? And they said, what is this? And I said, I explained it, and then I think the guy said, we keep animals in a different way. Anyway, let's continue.
I can guess.
Yeah?
But we keep them in a different way.
You keep animals in a different... They said they were from Switzerland. Way? Well, they say it in a second.
Is this?
What do you mean? This is all over the world. We're showing you...
No, is it America?
Where are you from?
Switzerland.
And how do they kill them in Switzerland?
Different.
Have you been inside of a Switzerland slaughterhouse? Yeah, and how did you kill them? Does anyone not understand what's being said? You can hear it?
Yes. We hear you.
You hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, my microphone's like right here. So I said, have you ever been in a slaughterhouse? And like, yeah, he used to work in one, he said. Right? And then I said, so how do they kill them in the slaughterhouse in Switzerland? And this is the hilarious thing, right? You don't see this, but right as he says that, there was the image of the cow being bolt gunned in the head, and he said, we bolt gun them in the head. He actually said that, but he was denying that it doesn't happen like this. Unbelievable.
Like this.
Oh, so it is like this.
Yeah.
Right, okay. So a gun to the head, 1 second.
Yeah,
All right.
less than 1 second.
And you think that that's humane? That it killed in less than 1 second. You think that that's humane?
Oh, that's very humane.
Oh, it is it? Is that okay if I do it to you right now?
Really? Yeah.
Can I shoot you in the head right now? Initially he says yes.
Oh my God.
If you need any more signs of someone being unreachable, can I shoot you in the head right now?
But my cow or my sheep.
Oh, just a little nuance. I'm repeating the question because I like to give people a chance. I think you should give people a chance to hang on, you just said something completely insane. Are you sure you stand behind that? So I'm repeating the question. So it's okay to do that to someone else, but not to you.
You feel like an animal.
They're a sentient being like we are. So now he's denying that we're animals. Do you feel like an animal, he says to me? An animal yourself. We're animals.
I'm a human, sorry.
Humans are animals.
Are they?
That's a scientific fact.
Do you treat them like?
Treat them like? I treat animals with respect.
Human? Yeah.
Yeah, with respect.
On the worms.
Do I step on the worms, really? That's your argument against this.
Oh.
Because I step on worms, you get to put animals in slaughterhouses and bolt gun them in the head.
I want to eat the meat.
Yeah.
Fine. It's very
And
nice.
that's why you do it, because you like their meat.
Yes.
Yeah. So don't tell people that you're doing this humanely. That's a lie. Because you would never want that treatment done to yourself.
You judge what's humane. I'm also.
You are trying to judge it yourself, but you're judging it incorrectly.
You judge me.
So initially, did you hear that? So initially he says, you're trying to judge that it's inhumane.
You judge me?
He's judging that it is humane to kill them within 1 second with a bolt gun. And then he's like, and then he changed it to, you're judging me. You said you do it humanely. I'm telling you a fact. It's incorrect. If you're going to judge anything as humane, you have to judge whether you would do it to yourself first.
You too.
Yeah, I wouldn't want it done to me.
You judge me, I'm not humane.
You're judging me for judging you. Yeah, so get over it. We judge each other. We all judge each other. Get over it. Yeah, good. But isn't that true? Like people say, oh, you're so judgmental. That's a judgment. Right? And then, just get over it. We all judge each other. Why are we in this, weird thing in society where everyone's so offended about being judged? Obviously, people who feel guilty have an issue with being judged. Right?
Because they know they're guilty.
Because they know they're guilty. Yeah. And we don't have to justify ourselves for being vegan. And that's the other thing I want to say about the word justification. When someone has to make a justification, you're putting justice into something where it doesn't exist. We don't need a justification for being vegan at all, do we?
No.
Right? To create a justification is in and of itself implied that there is no justification. There is no reason that you can possibly mention that would explain this as logical or reasonable or moral.
Justice is amplification.
Say that again?
Justice is amplification.
Justice is?
Justice is amplification. Justification.
Justice
is on vacation.
Is on
vacation. On holidays.
Justice is on vacation. That's interesting.
Oh, okay. Good morning.
Yeah, it's not present currently. There's no justice here. No justice to be found. On an island somewhere.
Exactly.
Okay.
Far away.
Far away. Not here. Not in this conversation.
Get over this.
No, I won't actually. This is the point. This is the point where I lost some shit. Okay, so get ready. Get over this, and then he takes a drink of water. You're judging me for judging you. Yeah, so get over it. We judge each other. We all judge each other. Yeah. Get over it. Yeah, good.
Get over this.
No, I won't actually. I'm always going to fight for them because people like you disgust me. You do. You disgust me.
I don't feel sorry for that. It's your problem.
Oh, really? Yeah.
I don't feel sorry.
At the end of the day, it's your morals that are bankrupt. Do you believe in karma?
What?
Do you believe in karma?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, well, a motherfucker is on your way. Obviously. You can't do this to sentient beings and think you're going to get away with it. You can tell yourself what you want. Yeah, you feeling much better about the fact I showed you this.
You're just telling the truth.
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
See, this is why I wanted to show it, because even if you guys perhaps didn't, you know, a lot of people look up to me, and I'm a leader in this space. I have to make sure that, you know, I show people good examples. But this is real. This really happened, and it took me like 10 minutes to shake this out of my system afterwards. But that's the work we do. It's not always a bowl of cherries. At the end of the day, it's your morals that are bankrupt. Do you believe in karma?
What?
Do you believe in karma?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, well, a motherfucker is on your way. Yes. Obviously. You can't do this to sentient beings and think you're going to get away with this. You can tell yourself all you want. Yeah, people like you make me angry. You're disgusting.
Yeah.
You make me sick.
It's so
You make me sick, both of you.
It's so easy to make you angry.
Yeah. Disgusting people make me angry. I wish I could violate you like you violate them. I wish for your life to treat you like you treat the animals. You are animals who think you can treat other animals like shit down a toilet. And your life will treat you like shit down a toilet. In the same way, that's what I wish for you. Goodbye. Good fucking bye, both of you. Yeah. Treat animals in a different way. Alright.
We sometimes
I think
feel
they
the
went
same.
vegan.
Can you imagine?
On the spot, that would be great.
Can you imagine?
We can relate to that. Yes.
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 Uh-oh. Yeah, I'm not saying you should tell people you want to violate them. Quality assurance over here. Yeah, like I said, this is, yeah, I'm not saying, yeah, of course, like, let me reiterate, I have never said, I wish I could violate you like you violate the animals. I've never said that to anyone before, and I've never said I wish for your life to treat you like they treat the animals. I've never said that to anyone before on Outreach, okay? But it happened, and there you go.
And the fact that we said it's easy to get you angry, that's what we want to avoid. Like with trolls, for example, we don't want to give them what they want. So, I mean, we all are going to lose our shit at some point, but that's the thing, we don't want to give them what they want.
I'm literally like showing you the work. 100 or more outreach interactions I could show you that haven't been published yet. And there's many cases of me being like, do you respect animals? Oh, that's a loaded question. It's more complex than that. Do you respect animals or not? Oh, you can't just, it's not as simple as that. Okay, goodbye. Goodbye. And I just walk off. I don't get into a fight with them. Anyway, now I'm going to show you a good interaction. This was in Cagliari in Sardinia. And I'm telling you, this place, in my experience, not so much yours, I don't know why, but in my experience, I've done 3 cubes there, impeccable. I had some of the best interactions there in my entire activism career. So this guy, this is a good example to show you of one that went well, but he did offer some, not really arguments, but he came from a genuine place. Anyway, without explaining it too much, here it is. Hi, do you speak English?
Yes.
You do? How do you feel watching this?
Not a great show, quite unsettling.
Are you against animal abuse?
Oh yeah, close.
You are, okay. Do you think it's possible to be against animal abuse if you consume animal products?
Well, it's a bit contradictory actually, but I currently do eat meat from time to time.
This also pertains to other industries that exploit animals. Does anyone not understand what he said?
No.
You don't understand?
No.
Do you speak? I said, do you speak English? He said yes. And then I said, wait, have you seen this kind of footage before? And he, hang on. Let me go from the start again.
It's a great show, quite unsettling.
Are you against animal abuse?
Yeah,
sorry, the first question was, how do you feel about this footage? And he said, it's quite unsettling. It's not a great show.
Yeah, close.
You are. Okay. Are you against animal abuse? And this is the other thing. People will not just say, yes, I am. They'll say, of course.
Yeah.
Do you think it's possible to be against animal abuse if you consume animal products?
Well, it's a bit contradictory actually.
Green flag. It's a bit contradictory actually. Huge green flag.
I currently do eat meat from time to time.
This also. Do you understand him now? Yeah. I currently do eat meat from time to time. So again, he's not vegan, so I don't understand him. So I don't expect him to understand the definition of veganism. He thinks it's about meat eating. Pertains to other industries that exploit animals.
And the cosmetics.
Yeah, exactly. So this footage pertains to animals that are being exploited, and then he says, like cosmetics, right? Because we're on the screens at that moment, we were showing what happens in the meat, dairy, and egg industries. But he also understood it as animals being exploited for cosmetics. Going to a zoo, for example. Going to a zoo, and then look at what he says here. Because they're animals in prisons, right?
Yeah,
yeah, exactly, you're right. Yeah. So he says, and circuses too. Like, this guy really understands what exploitation is. What do you feel might be stopping you from not being responsible for animal abuse and being vegan?
I actually don't know. Yeah, I was really hoping that...
I actually don't know. Again, so no one in society... What's that?
So honest answer?
Yeah, he's honest, genuine. I love this guy. I think that it's just a sign of, again, like, no one's going to hold him accountable. No one's going to ask these questions directly to him. And as soon as someone did,
boom,
it came out,
Lab-grown meat would take off, but it's currently being stopped.
So here he's explaining that in Italy they were trying to roll out lab-grown meat, and then it was cancelled by the government. And he was looking forward to that. That's what he was saying.
Yeah, because they say that it's against the Italian traditions. A couple of months ago.
That's why they cancelled it, because it was against Italian traditions.
There was actually a news about some scientists that managed to grow a whole hamburger from just a drop of blood from a cow. They presented it like an alternative to this, but the government stopped it as soon as they heard of it.
Would the cost of that matter to you? If it was... So this was just me putting the feelers out. I wanted to know if lab-grown meat for him costed more, would he pay for it? Because this would then address the whole thing. I knew that if there was going to be like an inconvenience excuse coming from him, I already addressed it. A bit more expensive?
No, I don't think so.
He would still pay it? I said, no, he would pay it. We have already these plant-based meats. So then I mentioned we've already got plant-based meats here, and he said, yeah, they're not bad actually.
They're not bad actually.
Right.
Yeah. I try to go vegan when I can, like, I don't know, maybe in a restaurant or stuff like that.
You mean, so I try to go vegan when I can, like when I'm in a restaurant and stuff like that. He's so cute, isn't he? Yeah. Based. Because vegan is an ethical position against animal abuse.
Okay.
Yeah. When you're vegan, you reject the idea that animals exist for our purpose. You take that position.
Yeah. I don't think that animals exist for us. They just exist because they're part of nature.
Right. I don't think that they exist for us. They exist because they're a part of nature. Well, they're here with us, not for us. You believe that?
Yeah.
Right. Well, do you know? So I wanted to just establish, like, they're not here for us. Like, basically, the whole point of exploitation is that you're not using someone for your benefit. So they're not here for us. They're here with us. And I said, do you believe that? Because I just want to make sure I understand his position perfectly. And he said, yes, I do hold that position. The number one benefit of being vegan is?
No, I don't think I do.
For the animals, let me start with them, of course, right? Do you know what the number one benefit of veganism is? And he said, no, actually I don't. Because they're individuals too, just like you. Their benefit is that they're not going to be abused, they're not going to be exploited, enslaved, tortured, and murdered because of you anymore.
Oh, yeah.
So you're no longer the reason they suffer. For you as an individual, when you say that you are against animal abuse, which is what you said at the beginning of this interaction, when you say that, you won't be a hypocrite. So it's a good idea to use as a reference what they said at the beginning of the interaction, because at the beginning he said he was against animal abuse. And by pointing out that he's being a hypocrite, I'm actually just using his own words. No one can get mad at that. He even said that it was a contradiction himself, so I also pointed that out. You mentioned yourself that it was a contradiction. You said it was contradictory yourself, so you agree with that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you'll no longer be living in hypocrisy.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Real, recognize real. Raise your hand if you haven't heard that expression. Okay, you don't listen to hip-hop enough. It extremely true that real recognize real. It just means that when someone tells you the truth, you feel it, you know it. And so what do you think you will do from this point on, after we've had this interaction?
But I guess I'll try to decrease the use of products that exploit animals.
Let me ask you this. If you were in their position, how urgent would you say this is?
Well, if I was a chicken, I'd say it would be an emergency.
This guy. This guy, man.
Yeah.
If I was a chicken, I would say that it's an emergency. Emergency, right, yeah. Would you find it acceptable if the ones who are responsible for enslaving you and torturing you and killing you to only decrease how much they do that to you? Or would you want them to stop immediately?
Well, no, they should stop immediately.
Yeah. So then that would be the only acceptable response morally from your perspective, right?
Yeah, I guess.
So now, I don't know if you can see this, but the wheels are turning now because he just said that he's going to reduce his consumption of meat, dairy, and eggs, and etc. But then I pointed out that it's an emergency, or he pointed it out actually. Again, Socratic questioning. I asked him, how fast would you want this to end if it was you in that position? And basically, he's now understanding that the only correct response would be to go vegan immediately. So then what will you do?
I guess I'll go vegan.
Fantastic. I guess I'll go vegan. What's your name?
Giuseppe.
Giuseppe, I'm Paul. Nice to meet you. So this is how you earn my respect. At this point, I want to know who you are, because if I ever come into contact with you again, you're my people. Like, I want you to work with us, or this is why I'm shaking his hand. Like, this is the kind of human being that I hope to be in this world, to exist. These are the kinds of humans that will further our species in the right direction.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, it's a pleasure. Would you like a card?
Yeah, sure.
So this is going to give you a bit more information, even though it's very simple, it's very straightforward, but this gives you a little bit more information on resources and things like this that might help you to make it even easier for you to be vegan. There's also some things to watch on there that you may want to share with others, because after you go vegan, what the animals really need from us is to also speak up for them. So whenever you have the opportunity, please do something similar to what I'm doing. Please be a voice for them, because their voices will never be heard truly unless we use our voices to liberate them.
Oh, yes, of course.
Okay? Giuseppe, take care.
You too, bye.
All right, I'm going to hand this over to Hassan now. Yes, go ahead. 60-second break? Yeah, that's actually a good idea, because I need to set things up for Hassan. If you need to take a toilet break, all at once, so there's a huge line.
Yeah, like 5 minutes. Let's make it.
Yeah, let's make it 5 minutes. Good idea, Tom.
Testing, testing.
use the toilet and you're done with your break, feel free to go back to your seat. Also, just for tomorrow, anyone who's got a laptop that they can bring, just as a backup, especially towards the end of the day, if you can bring your laptop fully charged, if there is a passcode on it, if you can remove that so we can easily access it. Also, if your laptop is too bulky and heavy, probably not a good idea, but if you've got a lighter laptop, please bring it with you tomorrow, just as backup. It's fine.
You guys enjoying? Yeah. Inspiring. Yep. Yeah.
All right. Are you guys too tired?
No.
Who's tired? Get out. It's going to be a long day. So, while we're waiting for everyone else to come in, just so you know what's expecting you for the rest of the day, what's on the menu. So I'm going to deliver the masterclass part of the workshop, which is probably going to take about 40 minutes or so. Everything that Paul has covered so far is what we expect you to do and to follow while you're doing Outreach of the Cube. Everything that I'm going to cover from this point on is sort of like an add-on. It's not something that we definitely expect you to follow, and if you don't, you're going against the protocol necessarily, but it's just something that can help you take your outreach to the next level. And then after that, we're actually going to try something new that we've never done. So many new ideas today. So we're going to do some role play. Paul is working on something really special at the moment while I deliver my part. So we're going to do that. That requires the laptop, and I'm not going to give away anything more. So we're going to do a little bit of that. And then we're going to do some real life role play together, whoever's interested. Not for long, because we only have this place until 8 and we need to be done and start packing by 8. So then we're going to try and do Q&A for the last 2 hours. we're aiming for 2 hours. It might become a bit less than that, but basically that's what we have planned. That's what we have planned for today, and then we're all gonna go and have dinner. Those of you who are gonna come and join us. So feel free to go and use the bathroom, 1 or 2 people at a time if you need to, if you want to go and get some fresh air. It does feel a bit stuffy in here. If you need to take a break and go out and have a snack, that's all good because we're here for a bit. Like I said, everything that I'm going to cover now is like an add-on. So you're not expected to follow it step by step. The first thing that we want to talk about is how we interact with the public. Now, Paul obviously covered, is this okay? Am I holding it too close? No? So Paul covered what exactly goes into every outreach conversation, step by step. This is going to be giving you some tips. There's a little bit of psychology in this, there's a lot of common sense in this, and so this will just help you interact with the public a little bit easier and better. Basically what we ask you to do is to interact with the public like a normal human being. You don't have to be a robot that is just trying to follow those steps and is not really engaged, you know, with that particular bystander. So we don't want it to be like you're so obsessed with trying to remember all the points and all the steps that you actually, you know, you sound like a robot basically, because sometimes this happens when I'm at the cube and I'm like, is this outreacher actually paying attention to that person's body language and what exactly they're saying and asking? So it's really important to just interact with them like a normal human being, like, you know, when you're interacting with people in your day-to-day life. The other important thing is that you try to customize your outreach and your conversations to suit that individual that you're talking to. So in this photo you can see some kids with their mom being outreached. We might talk to really young children, we may talk to someone our own age, we may talk to someone much older, someone from a different background, there might be some language barrier. All of this is very common at the Cube, so it's important to take all of these into consideration. Now, some of these important points are trying to gauge what that person's personality is like. Some people are a little bit more shy, some people are a little bit more talkative and extroverted or outgoing. So if someone is shy, for example, they're not gonna give you much to work with, right? Because they're a bit shy to talk to. So that shouldn't be taken as that person's not interested. And the other way around, you know, if someone's just very extroverted and they're talking and talking and talking, doesn't necessarily mean that they are interested. So it's important to be mindful of this. And also language barrier. So if you're talking to someone who doesn't speak the language that you speak in, it might become really difficult to continue with that conversation, and you might actually need to go and find someone who does speak that language. And if not, then it's better to just maybe give them a card and ask them to look into it, go to our website or go to our page and then cut that conversation short, because normally you don't have much time with people on the street. So if you're going to try to use sign language and somehow try to communicate with them, it might take you a few hours. I mean, here we're going to be doing 9-hour cubes. But normally a cube goes for 3 to 4 hours, so if you're lucky and you're operating on a really busy spot, you may get 5 or 6 conversations done, depending on, you know, the foot traffic and how many outreaches are there, obviously. So you want to be, you know, as productive as possible and speak to people that are going to be obviously open to it, but also people that you know, you're not going to have these issues with like the language barrier, so that it's going to be a productive conversation. So if you can't communicate with that person, try and go and find someone who speaks that language. Do we have any language badges here? No, we don't. So sometimes we do, this time we don't. I don't think we did last year either. But what we can do is at the start of each shift, we can, when we do our briefing, we can figure out what languages we have, and then so we go around and everyone gets familiar with who speaks what language, and during outreach, if we need that language, we'll try and go and find that person. The next thing is body language. So body language includes everything from the way that person is standing, how close they're standing to you, hand placements, what they're doing with their hands and fingers, you know, all of that. But also, this is about your body language. So what sort of message do you want to communicate with that bystander? How do you want to come across? Do you want to come across as someone who is approachable and open to have a conversation with? Or do you want to come across as an angry vegan who's just there to argue with people and, you know, have a debate? So usually this, standing at the cube like this, is not good because it doesn't look welcoming and approachable. It's really good to have your arms at the back. You know, also like having your hands in your pockets, if you have pockets, and slouching doesn't look very good. It looks too relaxed and too casual. So this is a really good posture to have normally, especially when you're in conversation. So when you're talking to someone, standing like this is not gonna work. Also, when you're talking to people, give them some space. Don't be too close to them. And don't point at them. Nobody likes to be pointed at. Nobody likes that. So be mindful of that. And if they do something like that, so this is important because you want to read their body language as well, and you want to see if they're getting angry and aggravated. And so if they're sending you any of those signs, then you want to try and figure out what your next move is going to be, right? So it's important to watch their body language and also listen to what they're saying. You might want to step back. You might actually want to stand really firm and tall to show that you're confident and you believe in what you're doing and what you're saying. If you're standing like this, you know, it's not going to look confident. So it's not going to come across as it's intended. The next thing is age. Should we talk to kids? Is a very, very common question. Has anyone had outreach interactions with really young children? Almost everyone, right? Were they good interactions or bad interactions? I don't see any thumbs down. Yeah, you guys? Okay, a couple. So normally, conversations with kids go really well. Now, some people say we shouldn't outreach kids because the footage is traumatizing and it's scary and they may not understand it. Obviously, this is common sense. How old is the kid that you're trying to outreach? You know, are they so young that they don't comprehend anything that you're saying? Or are they at an age that you can talk to them, obviously, in their own language? So you're not going to be talking to the kid and saying, hey, you're a hypocrite because you're killing animals, because they don't understand that. Because they're not actually responsible for what comes into their household, right? So you have to talk to them in their own language. Very simple, you know, easy to understand words, and you can use the footage as much as is needed. And remember, it's the parent's responsibility. If there is a kid at the cube, it's not our responsibility to protect them from seeing the footage. We have every right to show the footage to anyone who's walking past. If the parents think it's traumatizing and it's not appropriate, then they should be supervising their children better. We're not going to shut our TVs, we're not going to, close the laptops and turn it off because we're worried about traumatizing that kid. What about all those kids or children on the screen? So we're there to speak up for them, and I actually believe that kids are not going to be traumatized by seeing the footage or knowing the truth, because they actually have the right to know. Most likely, their parents are never going to tell them the truth until they're much older. And they're going to be, at that time, they're going to be so conditioned and programmed by family, society, friends, all of that, that it's probably going to take a long time to reverse the programming. So if we can get them at a very young age, then that's great. It sounds a little bit culty, I know, but we're actually helping them, and we're helping the animals. So, yes, we should definitely talk to the kids, but like I said, speak to them in a way that they understand. I actually like to get on their level, like physically as well, and go down on my knees and talk to them. But in my personal experience, I've never had a bad outreach conversation with kids. They never have any stupid arguments. They never throw any excuse at you. They're so open to it. And as soon as you ask them, do you think this is right, what people do to the animals? They're like, no, I don't like that. It's cruel. They don't even have to think about it. And why is that? Because they don't have as many layers of conditioning as their parents have, or adults have. They haven't gone through all of that programming yet. So they're going to be very open to it without having any excuse. So the flowchart that Paul was covering earlier is obviously a guide. You haven't? Oh, you haven't, okay. So we're going to have to do it after this. But many of you have seen the flowchart, right? It's a bit updated, but who hasn't seen the flowchart? Okay, everyone. You haven't? Okay, no problem. We're going to show it right after this, and we're going to have it, if you want it to be sent to you, we can do that as well. For those of you who have seen the flowchart, it's actually updated a bit, it looks much better. So we're going to look at that together. But when it comes to the flowchart and the steps that we use for outreach, this is just a guide, right? This is just for you to have at the back of your mind as a guide to follow when you're doing outreach. But we don't want you to, again, sound like a robot and just try to remember the steps and the order and just follow them without paying attention to the actual conversation you're in. So you need to pay attention to nuances, read the room, and then obviously follow the steps. As an example, when we start the conversation and we approach someone at the cube, usually we ask them, how does this footage make you feel, right? But if that person is already crying, are you going to ask them, how does this footage make you feel?
No, of course not.
If as soon as you approach them, they're like, this is ridiculous, and they look really angry, are you going to ask them, how does this footage make you feel? They seem angry. So use your judgment. If they're already expressing their emotions verbally or by their expression, don't ask them. Instead, you can ask something else. These are some examples, obviously, but you can use your own judgment. You can come up with something that is unique to you to suit that situation. But normally you can say, would you like to know what this is? You could just go into it and say, we're showing behind the scenes of industries that abuse animals. Or you can just ask them, are you against animal abuse? Are you against this? Pointing at the footage. So there are many ways to say the same thing. You just find what works for you and that situation. So there's a little bit more about body language. Again, being mindful of the bystander's body language, but also being mindful of your own body language. In this photo, you can see Paul's body language is exactly how I explained it earlier. So while he's talking to these kids, he's got both of his arms at the back. This is the best, gesture to show someone that you're open in this conversation. You're an open-minded person. So this means you're closed off, this means, you know, you're open. So you're going to look more inviting, more relaxed, more open, and you're going to be engaged in the conversation. You don't want to seem uninterested or uncomfortable. Like I said before, you don't want to look like you lack confidence. It's really important that when you're talking to people, to non-vegans, you come across as someone who's really confident. So being mindful of your body language includes arm positioning, posture, hand movement, and eye contact. We covered all of this. Just something about eye contact. So this is very common in, you know, training people for, people that work with big companies, etc. This is like basic communication skills. So when you're talking to someone, let's say I'm outreaching you, Michaela. While I'm talking to you, I'm not going to get you to do anything, don't be nervous. While I'm talking to you and I'm doing the talking, it's okay for me to look at you, look around, look at the footage, point at the footage, keep an eye on the cue, make sure everything's running smoothly, and then come back to you. But when you're talking to me or you're asking a question, I should keep eye contact, and if I'm looking around or I'm looking away, that actually comes across as one, a bit rude, two, not interested in what you're saying, I don't want to hear it. I actually have so many arguments I want to already use on you, so stop talking. So you need to use this in order to take your outreach conversation to the next level. So this shows that you are interested in hearing that person's point of view, in hearing their questions, and wanting to respond to their concerns or questions that they may have. So again, when you're talking, it's okay to look around. When that person is talking, keep eye contact. Some of the do's and don'ts. This floor is a bit sticky. Do's and don'ts of doing and not doing stuff at the cube during outreach. Paul already talked about, how we're not scientists, we're not talking about environments, we're not giving people health advice, all of that. So just quickly going over this, we don't want to bombard people with facts and data and numbers, whether it's environment or health or anything else. Most people, these numbers are just going to go over their head. They don't care about it. They're not going to remember it. Plus, if you're talking about, medical or nutritional information or environmental information and stats, there is a chance that that person knows more than you do. So you throw one, study at them, and you're like, oh yeah, this study says blah, 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 this many, that, and this and that. And they're like, oh, actually, this university came out with a study just, last year, and it debunks your study. So you're just going to go into this debate that is never ending, and it doesn't help the animals. And this is one reason we don't want to open dialogue about environment and health. A really good tip. An outreach conversation needs to have a balance between lecturing, questioning, and silence. So let's say I'm outreaching someone and I only have 10 minutes with them. The 10 minutes that I have with this person needs to have some lecturing that is done by me, the vegan or the animal rights activist, some questions that are asked by the bystander and are going to be answered by me, and some silence. The silence is necessary because we're showing them the footage. Some people are seeing this footage for the first time. Some people are going to be seeing it again. Maybe they've seen it before, but this time they're going to be really taking it in and trying to digest the footage. So we need to give them some time and space and silence to process it. So we're going to have to give them that time to absorb the information, whether it's the footage or the information we're giving them. If you're constantly lecturing them with different things and different facts, and you're actually covering all the arguments before they even get a chance to ask you, because you're so eager, then you're not giving them that space to process the information you're giving them. Most people, especially these days with Instagram Reels and TikTok, their attention span is so low. They're just gonna shut down after maybe 2 or 3 minutes of hearing the same topic, right? And remember, this is a very uncomfortable conversation. People are gonna feel guilty as soon as they realize what this is about. And when someone feels guilty, they're gonna be the most uncomfortable. They're going to feel like, I wanna run away, but we wanna actually keep them there for as long as we can and have a productive conversation with them. So we don't wanna make it more uncomfortable in the sense that they're gonna run away. It's okay, because it's always going to be uncomfortable. If it's not uncomfortable, they're not going to change the way they're living. But we want to keep them there so that we can make them go vegan. So, lecture them, give them the information. By lecturing, I don't mean literally lecturing, obviously. I mean give them information that is necessary about the footage. For example, different footage might come up and they're like, oh, what's happening there? They don't understand it. So give them as much information as you have. Tell them exactly what's happening, and then you may want to add something to it. Then allow some space and time for them to ask questions, as many questions as they want, as long as it's genuine questions or concerns. As soon as you realize that they are just taking you around the carnism bingo, and they're like, what about lions? What about ancestors? What about plants? What about protein? Then you already know that this person's not interested. But if they have genuine concerns or questions, sure, by all means, give them as much time as it's needed. You will know, using your judgment, that they are serious or not. So if there are, answer the questions, and in between, there needs to be some silence so that they can process the information, they can take it all in, let it sink in, then continue. Now, one thing that we don't, yes?
Just a quick question about the use of numbers. I've often heard people talk about how many animals are killed worldwide, or just in the Netherlands, or how many pigs are put in gas chambers. Would you advise for that or against that?
See, something general like that, I don't have anything against it. It's fine if you have the updated number. But what I'm talking about is going to the details of, getting really specific. I mean, I don't know if the number is the deciding factor that someone's going to go vegan. But if they ask you, or if it's relevant, sure, something general like that. But if the conversation becomes about numbers, then no. So these are the things that we don't want you to say at the cube. Number one is when people say, so when I do this, obviously I'm imagining the footage is being played. When people say, you are supporting this, you're contributing to this. That's not true, because they're not just supporting it. They're the reason why that is happening to the animals. Every single non-vegan is responsible for the animals going through hell every single day. So instead, what you can say is, 1, you are responsible for it. 2, you are demanding it. So when you say you're supporting it, it doesn't sound, it doesn't really sound like much. This is happening and you're supporting it, you're just a part of it. But when you say you're responsible for it, you're holding them accountable. You're putting that responsibility on them, and it's up to them if they want it to end or not. Because they can decide whether that should continue or not. Vegan versus plant-based diet. Our job as animal rights activists, or a part of our job, is to correct the language and address the confusion and the culture, you know, the general mindset about veganism and what veganism is and what it means, etc. This is a part of our job. So this is what we need to do when we're doing outreach, or, you know, even outside of the cube when the conversation comes up. People are so confused about what vegan means and what, you know, what it stands for. A vegan diet and a plant-based diet are used interchangeably. Obviously, yes, you know, it is the same thing, but it's important for people to understand that veganism is not just a diet. So yes, while a plant-based diet, a vegan diet, they're both correct. Someone could be just on a plant-based diet for their health, but they could be wearing animals. A vegan is never going to be wearing animals. So that's the difference. We need to correct that because people are confused about it.
And calling it a vegan lifestyle instead of a diet?
We're actually going to get to that. We don't like calling it a lifestyle either.
Okay.
But I'll get to that in a second. So, you know, someone could eat a plant-based diet while wearing animal skin and using products tested on animals. Why? Because they are doing it for their health. They do not give a shit about animals and the injustice. They just care about themselves. They want to be fit, healthy, whatever, so they're doing it for that reason. You know, wearing leather shoes is not posing any risk or any health risk or anything to the person, so they're going to continue wearing it. And that's why it's different. We're gonna actually answer all the questions at the end, because if we do this now, it's gonna take us longer to get through this. So please, maybe write down all of your questions if you are worried that you're gonna forget, and then we're gonna dedicate 2 hours at the end. So going back to what you said about lifestyle, I think it might come up in the following slides, but I'm just gonna cover it now. If I don't go around and I kick kids, you know, on the street, is that a lifestyle? No, it's not. We're taking a position against this injustice that is happening to the animals. It's not fair to call it a lifestyle. It's not a way of living. A way of living would be like, yeah, you know, I eat a whole foods diet, I like to go to the gym 3 times a week, I don't drink alcohol, that's my lifestyle. But to take a position against the biggest injustice ever existed is not a lifestyle, it's a moral position that we're taking. It's okay to say vegan diet, but we just want to make sure people understand what veganism means, and it's not actually a diet. So, you know, you might be in a situation and someone asks you if you're vegan. Obviously, you're going to say, yes, I'm vegan. But it's good if there is an opportunity to educate them about how veganism goes above the diet. It's not just about the food that you eat. And it covers all aspects of your life. The next thing to not use and not say is the word it, referring to the animals as it, or a thing. Again, we're responsible for correcting the misunderstanding, for the misuse of certain words when it comes to the animals and the whole culture about veganism. So this is one big one. I still hear animal rights activists referring to the animals as it. We refer to this table as it. We don't refer to each other as it. Now, sure, if a dog is walking past, we don't know if we should say she or he, but we do what we do with humans or human babies, we just say them, because we don't know their sex. But to say it, we're actually following the non-vegan mindset. That's what we're doing. So we're saying, yes, the animals are not sentient beings. They're equal to, you know, inanimate objects, so we can refer to them as it. So we're taking away their sentience. Vegan versus cruelty-free is not necessarily just something that comes up at the cube. I mean, it might, as you're explaining to someone, what these terms mean, but usually people say, or not usually, but every now and then I've seen it, people say, you know, this product is vegan and cruelty-free. Well, if it's vegan, it's cruelty-free, otherwise it doesn't make any sense. So cruelty-free means something that is not tested on animals. If I buy, you know, a lipstick and it says vegan, by default, it has to be cruelty-free, otherwise it's not vegan. But something can be cruelty-free and not vegan. So I could buy a lipstick, it has beeswax in it, but it's cruelty-free somehow. You know? So it has the beeswax, but it wasn't tested on mice and rabbits, so that makes it cruelty-free. So if it's vegan, it's definitely cruelty-free, but if it's cruelty-free, it may not be vegan. Now this is the fun part, the next few slides. So these are the cringy things that you hear at the Cube or online. Friends, not food. Animal lovers don't eat animals. Be kind, be vegan. Peace, love, veganism. Paul covered this as well. We don't have to be friendly with animals. We don't have to love animals. Do you love every single human that you come in contact with? I don't. I don't like every human.
Most not.
They're not my friends. But I also don't want them to suffer to death. So we don't have to be friends with them. They're not our friends. We also don't have to love them. And veganism, you can argue if it's about kindness or not, because then we talk about empathy, right? Because if you can't empathize with the animal, you can argue, then would you be convinced to go vegan? I get that, but it's so cringy to say be kind, be vegan. It's not about kindness. Don't talk about kindness when you're trying to get a non-vegan to stop abusing animals, because they're not going to get it. The only thing that is going to work is to focus on the injustice and to focus on the animals who are the victims. By saying they're our friends and we should be kind to them and it's peaceful, they're not going to be convinced. It's about respecting the animals. It's about allowing them to have the most basic right to live and to be liberated. And that has nothing to do with loving or respect. Loving or kindness. It does have everything to do with respect. The next one is about chicken periods. So these are some photos I've seen online. This is actually something that could come up at a Cube. And we don't want you to refer to eggs as chicken periods. One, it's factually wrong, as chickens are not mammals and their body is different to ours. But we don't want to get into that. Remember, we don't want to have scientific conversations with people. The point is, when someone says, hey, did you know your breakfast is chicken periods? What are you trying to do? You're trying to get them to feel disgusted with what they're eating. Feeling disgusted has everything to do with our health. It's not about the injustice. If someone served me something that was yucky and disgusting, I wouldn't want to eat it because I'm like, oh, that doesn't look very nice. I don't want to put that in my body. Not because someone suffered for that, right? So non-vegans already know that they're eating insides and outside of animals. Every single body part of the animals, they're using it somehow, right? They're grinding it up into sausages and all kinds of things, processed meats. So they already know they're eating that. What are you trying to do? If they were going to be disgusted by seeing these images or hearing words like chicken period, they would have already gone vegan. It doesn't work. It's just cringy. Now I see some sleepy faces. We need to change that because we've still got 3 hours to go. So anyone who wants to go get some fresh air or use the toilet or eat something, please do that. because then I'm gonna look at you guys and I'm so jet lagged, and then I'm gonna fall asleep.
With that, do you mean like taking a break, or you can
What's that?
with what you just said, are you continuing to, or?
I'm going to have to continue because we only have this place until 8 and we have stuff to do. If you guys want, I can give you 2 minutes and I can stop, but that's all I can give you. Should we do that? Okay, I'm going to stop for 2 minutes.
I think. Yeah.
I think he voted 19.
but it's me because you wrote first. Does that make sense?
Just not you.
Hey, that's the one you made from Australia.
Is that the one you made? Can you see the name? Oh, you know.
If you're back from the break, please make it to your seats and we'll start in a minute. Shall we get started?
Yeah.
You just want to get through it, don't you? You just want to get to the dinner. Was it you?
No. I think you should.
I like, you're very inspiring. So, yeah.
No, I know. I was just saying to Shilpa that that I don't blame those guys who were falling asleep, because if you've got someone standing there talking to you, and we've been talking since 2:30, it's going to get boring at some point. So I don't blame you, but I just want it to be, you know, more engaging for you guys, so that you take in more of what's being said here. So, is everyone back? Yes. Alright, we're gonna wait for those two. Again, for anyone who came a bit later, we've got some merch for sale. At the end, if you want to look at anything, we have 2 styles of the t-shirts, we have 2 caps. We're also going to have one more style of the t-shirt tomorrow, so you can get it today or you can get it at the Cube. We have heaps of merch. And also, if you want something that we don't have, like a hoodie or a bomber jacket, what we can do is we can give you a 10% discount. So you can go and place an order on our website. And if you're an organizer, you actually get 15% discount.
And can I just add to that?
Yes.
Because if you live in Europe, it's shipped from Europe. Don't worry about that. You don't pay for customs fees, and all the proceeds will support on their mark.
Alright, I don't have much to cover actually, we're right at the end. But after that, Paul's gonna come back on, he's gonna cover the flowchart quickly, then we're gonna go into role play and then Q&A, and then we're done.
Great.
He's just sick of me talking.
No, not at all.
Okay, so the last thing we talked about was chicken periods. How delightful. Next slide. This is almost never going to come up at the Cube, hopefully. Yes.
Please ask them not to keep any doors open, it has to be locked. So
All the doors need to be locked. Please do not try and open doors that you're not supposed to be opening.
Especially the main door.
Especially the main one. Don't keep it open. 9 reasons why vegans have better sex. Eat my pussy, not animals. Vegans last longer, wink wink. We only fuck vegans. So obviously, like I said, this is none of this was at the Cube, but these are messages that are found online, and obviously there are activists who do this on the street. We respect them for doing the work that they believe in. However, we obviously don't want any of this sort of messaging at the Cube, but we also believe that this is a disrespect to the animals who are the victims. We're talking about an injustice. What other injustice do you know that people or activists working for that, a movement trying to liberate those victims are going to try and use sex to liberate the victims and get attention, basically. Get attention from the abusers. Minimizing the animal rights movement down to Viagra and vanity. When people are trying to say vegans have better sex and they last longer, is that supposed to give someone a moral obligation to go vegan? I mean, seriously. Now, I understand the reasoning behind this. This is what I've heard from activists who do this kind of work. They say that we do it just to get attention from the public, and then we bring them in, and then, we do outreach like AV does, somehow. But again, I just don't think that's respectful to the animals. Since when did it become about vegans being sexier? It's about bringing justice to the animals. Vegans are sexier doesn't give you a moral obligation. Nothing gives you a moral obligation other than focusing on the victims. Not health, not the environment, not sex. only focusing on the animals who are the victims is going to give that person the moral obligation. When animal rights activists aren't respecting the animals, how can we expect non-vegans to respect the cause and take our work seriously? We have worked really hard to make this a movement that comes across as serious to bystanders so that they don't fuck with us, so that they don't feel like they can threaten us and mock us. That was our goal. When Paul and I started AV, that was our goal, to make this a strong movement so that people have to take us seriously and they have to respect us. Because when you look at vegans and animal rights movements, you know, within our society, they're usually just looked at as some weird person who loves animals and it's all about peace and love and they just eat tofu and that's it. And you know, when you watch movies and TV shows, the vegan is usually the weirdo and everyone's mocking them and walking all over them like a doormat. We want to change that. When we're operating on the street and someone sees the cube, they're like, wow, they look like soldiers standing there. And the way we interact with the public, they have to take us seriously. When we walk away from a conversation that is not going anywhere, they have to give us respect. They're not gonna remember that conversation and laugh about it. This is why we care so much about all the little details that goes into it, that sometimes people find it too much or too hard or, you know, it's too difficult to follow. Because it works, because it actually helps us achieve the goal that we had. People are taking us seriously. AV is different to other animal rights groups for this reason, because our work is taken seriously. Why is it that we don't just say to people, oh, just go and talk to people however you want, just do outreach however you want? Not having any guidelines, no protocols. Obviously, we're going to attract more volunteers, more vegans to join us. So it's going to become bigger, but that's not the goal. We want people who share the same mindset to join AV so that we stay strong and professional, so that people, non-vegans, have to respect us and take us seriously. And obviously they have to take the messaging seriously. And that's the end of it. So now we're going to go through the flowchart. Are you ready, Paul? So Paul's gonna go through the flowchart very quickly. Most of you are familiar with the flowchart. The flowchart is basically, you know, actually we have added a step 0 for those of you who are familiar with the flowchart. So it takes you from step 0 and you go step by step, starting a conversation to the end, taking someone from non-vegan to vegan in 5 minutes. And so we'll quickly do that, and then we're gonna show you a surprise.
All right, let's do this. Updated flowchart, let's go. So, yeah, sure, thank you. So I'll say 5 minutes. You can actually get through this in 3 minutes. You know, that conversation with Giuseppe was about 3 minutes. It was slightly edited to cut out some dead air, but it didn't go longer than 4 minutes, I would say. And he had, you know, some questions, and at the end, you know, he said he would reduce, so that made it a little bit longer. But if someone understands this and they're open and willing to change immediately, you can get through this super quick. And that's the key thing here, is we want to give you something that's really simple to deliver and simple to adopt immediately. So we start with step 0. This is only in case you get a sense from them that they don't really understand what's going on, why we're there. Now, this is not a script. When I'm not teaching you a script, let me be very clear. This is based on principles. Everything that I'm showing you, each of these 7 or 8 steps, is based on principles. You need to understand why we are asking these questions and saying these things, okay? Do you know why we're here? You could also say, have you seen this kind of footage before? And from that you'll gauge like what their understanding is. How do you feel about animal exploitation? It's clear what we're showing on the screens is animal abuse. So we used to say, how do you feel about animal abuse? But like, again, starting with the definition of veganism, which is rejecting animal exploitation, you immediately, within the first opening question, and this is the question that you would actually start with, if you can sense from them that they actually already know what's happening on the screens, they've been watching it for a bit, and they have like body language of disgust or sadness or shock. You can say, how do you feel about animal exploitation? Most people will say it's sad, it's bad, it's not great. If you get a troll though, or someone who's closed-minded, they'll say, I don't care, this makes me hungry. So we give them one more chance. Are you sure? Is that really how you feel about animal exploitation? And if they continue on with their charade, you wrap it up and move on. If they need a little bit of explanation and education, you would give them that. We're showing you behind the scenes of industries that exploit animals, abuse animals, such as meat, dairy, and egg industries. Is it safe to say that you are against animal abuse? Again, you don't have to say this word for word. You could just say, are you against animal abuse? Most people will not just say, yes, I am. They'll say, of course I am. What a crazy question. 1000%, you know what I mean? They'll like emphatically say yes. An alternative is, do you think it's wrong to be cruel or violent towards animals? Do you think it's possible to be truly against animal abuse while consuming and demanding this, pointing at the screen? Again, you can say this a bit different. You could say, do you think it's possible to be against animal abuse, truly? Truly is a key word. While consuming animal products, such as meat, dairy, and eggs, which is what I said to Giuseppe. Do you feel that anything is preventing you? Feel is the key word, because there is nothing preventing anybody. Do you feel like anything is stopping you, preventing you from respecting animals and being vegan? Alternative, if they don't understand, maybe there's a language barrier. Why are you not vegan now? This draws out excuses, objections. And you address the objection, we'll get to that in the circle of excuses, that's what we call it, because it can feel like you're going around in circles. Do you know the #1 benefit of veganism? And then you explain it, because most people will say it's better for the environment. It's better for your health. Which just goes to prove, none of us here, no one in the animal rights movement needs to explain this really to the majority of people. They already get it. It's a no-brainer for the animals. And if they say, by the way, it's better for the animals, green flag, right? They're understanding the purpose of the interaction you're having with them, but you always follow it up with an explanation, because I always say, good answer if they say that, but let me explain it like this. For the animals, they won't be exploited in the worst possible ways because of you anymore. And for you, and I usually double that up and I say, this won't happen to them anymore because of you. You won't be the reason that this happens. And for you, you said that you're against animal abuse. When you become vegan, you'll no longer be a hypocrite. You'll be telling the truth with your actions, which is what defines you as an individual, not your words. Your character is defined by your actions. I usually pause, and then I say, do you agree with that statement? And most people, I haven't even had anybody actually that I can remember in a long time disagree with that. Because real recognized real. They said they were against animal abuse. We're just pointing out that you can't possibly be against animal abuse if you're literally chewing on their corpses, right? And exploiting them through other means. If you were in their position, this is where we get to the urgency of the matter. How fast would you want this to end? Now, of course, people are going to say right now, yes. This usually addresses what they say to this question, which is why we have step 6 in place. After this interaction, are you going to stop exploiting animals and become vegan? What are you going to do? And I'll be honest, most people do say, I'll think about it, I'll reduce, I'll try is another one, which is pandering. Yeah? Telling you what you want to hear. And if you fall for that, you're the fool. Don't buy into these kinds of things, because this is not the point of the interaction. The point is for them to understand that they need to change now. Trying is nonsense. I heard Tony Robbins say, try to pick up that chair, meaning you won't actually pick up the chair. Right? And it's the same thing with this. If you try to go vegan, you're not going to go vegan. What are you going to do about this? And if they say, I'm going to try, reduce, etc., do what I did with Giuseppe. Hang on a second, if you were in the animal's position, and I'm the one exploiting you to death, would you want me to reduce how much I do that? Eventually stop doing that to you? Do it incrementally in small steps? Or would you want me to stop immediately? Yes, I would want you to stop immediately. Remember, this is not food for thought. This injustice is an urgent matter, and for as long as you take to go vegan, these animals are abused and killed because of you. Once you have gone vegan, please also speak up and defend animals. That's it. Simple and effective. Agreed?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm glad you agreed. And here are the circle of excuses, just some of the excuses that we get, okay? Crop deaths though, nutrition though, human superiority though, which is actually addressing all of this, human supremacism. The system is not going to change though, reduce though, humane farms though, circle of life though, tastes good though, it's hard though, religion though, lions though, plants though. Now, I'm not going to address all of them. I'm just going to help you with how to generally address them. And if you have specific questions about any of those arguments, we can help you in the Q&A, okay? Address the objection quickly, regardless of how you respond. Make sure you get to the point quickly and get back to their individual accountability. Put the person that you're speaking with in the victim's position and then use their logic or their reasoning back against them. If you were in the victim's position, would it be acceptable to compare your life to a plant? Would it be acceptable to compare me doing that to you, or anyone doing that to you, just because the lion does that in nature? Etc. You get my point, right? When you sense that the person is not open to having their thoughts challenged, you can ask a simple question. Again, this approach is pure honesty. Are you open to being wrong about this? And if their answer is no, well, what makes you think they're going to change? And if they say yes, but you sense that they're being disingenuous, it's on you to navigate the conversation accordingly. That's why we have this rule. 3 strikes, you're out, like baseball. If you simply addressed 3 of their seemingly genuine objections, and they are not satisfied or continue to argue with further excuses, wrap it up and move on. You may go 4, you may only go 2 sometimes, because sometimes you can just know that they're not going to listen or change. Use your best judgment, but rule of thumb, as a general protocol we have here, 3 strikes, you're out. And at the point when you have addressed 3 excuses and they're still not satisfied, the best thing you can do for someone like that to get through to them is to send the message that today, and perhaps for the only time in their lives, someone who's vegan didn't put up with their bullshit and walked off. And that is both empowering for you as an activist, and it sets exactly the correct tone for the animals. Do you agree? So I'll help you with some of these excuses. Religion, though, we're not here to discuss religion. What if someone killed you in the name of their religion? Would that justify it? If this is the work, if this is the work of God, then what does the devil do exactly while pointing at the screens? It's hard though. Yeah, it's hard when you think about yourself. It's easy if you think about the victims of your choices. Again, putting them in the victim's position. So this is the summary. Again, do you know why we're here, or have you seen this kind of footage before? How do you feel about animal exploitation? We're showing you behind the scenes of industries that abuse animals, such as the meat, dairy, and egg industries. Is it safe to say that you are against animal abuse? The alternative is, do you think it's wrong to be cruel or violent to animals? Do you think it's possible to be truly against animal abuse while consuming and demanding this? Do you feel that anything is preventing you from respecting animals and being vegan? Why are you not vegan now? Do you know the number one benefit of being vegan? For the animals, they won't be abused in the worst possible ways because of you anymore. For you, you said that you're against animal abuse. When you become vegan, you'll no longer be a hypocrite. If you were in their position, how fast would you want this to end? After our interaction, are you going to stop abusing animals and go vegan? Or exploiting animals is more? I'm leaning more towards using exploitation instead of abuse. But especially during that question where we ask, are you against animal abuse? I think it's important because most people say that they are, right? And the word animal exploitation or the term is not really used in society all that much. Do you agree with that?
I do, but I have a question about that.
Go ahead.
So I've been listening to, you know, Roger Yates.
Yep.
The guy who critiques the modern movement. I don't agree with everything he says, but I think he has some valid objections. He would say that there was a slide previous where, even the word abuse, I thought there was a slide, there was like a question to be, is it wrong to be cruel? He would say that cruelty and abuse are like welfarist because they look at the conditions. And he does openly admit that to advocate. So I've experimented with this as well, and I would say to people, what's your stance on animals having rights? You know, because we talk about animal rights movement. Do you think animals deserve rights? Do you think it's okay to violate the rights of animals? And I think you're on a similar wave when you say that you're leaning more towards exploitation, because we can say that like you can exploit an animal without being cruel, without being abusive. You know, having backyard chickens where there's no violence and you're taking eggs, that animal isn't experiencing cruelty, but you're still exploiting them. So it's just something that I've been thinking of. And
Yeah, that's valid.
To bring up. I think that, I don't know if you agree with that, but I find it hard to think that abuse and cruelty isn't like welfarist. But I get what you're saying as well, like animal exploitation isn't really a phrase. And abuse is like kind of something that everyone in here maybe knows is wrong. People might have to, it might be too philosophical, but I think if it's going to change, the only way it's going to change is if we start saying that. But I don't know.
Yeah, and I also think like animal exploitation, like they don't really understand how serious that is. It doesn't have that power, does it? Ben?
You can always ask both, right?
Yeah.
How do you feel about animal abuse?
Yeah.
And then go into how you feel about animal exploitation. And kind of explain that the abuse comes from exploitation. Because the problem with abuse is it's a misuse, kind of claiming that there's a proper way to use, right? So we want to avoid.
That's a good point.
But like, I'm not against the word because it's essentially a consequence of the exploitation. So exploitation leads to abuse, yes, but making sure that it's not the definition and not what we're fighting against.
Yes.
I would say we can also define the exploitation to them and say like it's used for selfish purposes. And also about animal rights, I would say they already have rights, but
Right.
So they are already 400 from these prices.
Yeah. Go ahead, Tom.
I just want to add that obviously it's so important to send the right message, but I think that if we talk about abuse and cruelty, it can lead people to conclude that there is a right way to do the wrong thing.
Which is what Ben was saying, yeah, with the word abuse, suggesting that we can use them in a better way. Okay.
Can I say something about backyard hens? Because that is still animal cruelty. Because you know where did the male chicks go? And also these hens are bred in a way that they lay way too many eggs. So
then what if someone, like devil's advocate, what if someone rescues them?
Yeah, then that is a bit different. But I think I have lots of conversations that people say, oh yeah, but I have backyard hens, and then they
those
think
people
it's
are full of shit.
Yeah,
because they don't only eat a plant-based diet plus those eggs that come. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They don't see it as animal abuse.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah, but it is still exploitation, and that's why I think that's perfect, because it basically addresses crop deaths as well and all the other little grey area things. Yeah, go ahead, Andreas.
Yeah, I was just thinking, it's a little bit about commodification as well, right? So, when you think about those eggs, even if it was like, they adopted it or saved the chicken, and there was no cruelty involved, it's still thinking of the egg as something for us to use. Or you could be picking shark teeth of a beach, which was a conversation in a chat we had in the vegan society in Norway. And in my opinion, when that guy, he collects shark teeth, no cruelty whatsoever, no suffering, whatever. But the point where he goes to LA, he goes to a tourist shop, and there's a wall of shark teeth in jewelry or stuff, he will look at them and he'll be like, oh, that's a really cool shark tooth. I wish I would find one like that. So then he's commodifying.
It's appropriating the culture of exploitation.
Exactly, right?
That's the whole thing with eating roadkill. You asked me that question, like, what if people eat roadkill and they're like, they're already dead? Yep.
Or like uses feathers that are
Yeah. A lot of hippy dippy people do that. No offense if you're a hippie. But stop doing that.
Still like using what comes from animals as a resource.
Yeah.
So still like in the mindset.
So I think everything that's been said right now comes back to the word exploitation, even commodification, because you're using them for human benefit.
Yeah. So just refrain from using abuse at all, I would say.
I think, maybe I think we could say, is it safe to say that you're against animal exploitation? What do you mean? If they do that, then you'd be like, using animals for our benefit. Do you think that they're here for us or with us? And I think that term, by the way, is perfect as well. That expression, yeah?
I think many people don't understand about exploitation. Like the abuse is simpler for them to understand.
Yeah, and that's why I just said that we could explain, and I just quickly explained it. Because I want this to be concise as well, so I just gave you an are you satisfied with that?
Yes, using animals could be a...
Using animals for our benefit, do you think that animals are here with us or for us?
That's a simple way of it.
Yeah.
But I think maybe when you say like to use animals, there are probably the people that say yes. Yeah. I think.
Yeah, I know.
Because the screen speaks for itself, you know? They see the screen.
That's a very good point too. The screen shows like I don't think we even have to say abuse based on the fact that it's clearly abuse on the screens, right?
Abuse is mishandling.
Like they're literally getting their throats and blood flying everywhere.
It kind of leads to, and we all get it, where people say, oh, those are really extreme cases, or I think there's a better way of doing this.
Yeah.
We're like, no, it's not a better way, it's that we do it at all.
And what, even better? Let's up our game. Even better, how do I exploit you in a way that you would find acceptable? So we come back to exploitation once again. This is really good, by the way. We're workshopping this together. Yep. This guy loves ChatGPT.
Do you believe animals should be treated as objects or unreachables?
Yeah.
But that doesn't address crop deaths. It doesn't really address crop deaths. It also doesn't really address roadkill. Property doesn't really address what you said about like shark teeth. I think exploitation is... My brain, by the way, has been on this topic for like a 1.5 to 2 years now, and it's been... Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, because domestic laws, finally must adopting that...
Man should live without exploiting animals.
Yeah, so it's about ending exploitation.
Yeah, it's about... Exactly. So I think we should just stick to the definition too, as an ode to what the word means. But we're trying to discuss like how to be most effective to get people to understand that, and I think we still come back to the word exploitation every time anyway, from what I'm gathering. Yep?
Yeah, I think exploitation is the right word, and also when you think about it, because the document sets that as moral mindset, so most of the things being discussed at all shouldn't even exist because it should not come as an alternative for us.
And that's why I say, do you view animals as here with us or for us?
Exactly.
Right, that's the mindset which will dictate your behavior. Yes?
Just in the interest of time, because I feel like this is going to like a...
But we're going deep. This is good.
We can cover this at the end during the Q&A?
No, we're done covering this. We've now covered it.
So let's move on.
I think we covered it, yeah?
I have one thing to say, because it's important that we have the right words also in other languages for that. You know.
Well, that's why I've given you alternatives, right? So if exploitation doesn't land well in a different language, you can say using animals for our benefit, or you can say, do you believe animals are here with us or for us? I'm sure you can translate that.
Yes.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, I think doctors can just say activism or it's fine.
Alright, I think we've landed at an upgrade to our flowchart. Thanks guys, appreciate the feedback.
Yeah. Okay.
Alright, just some quick notes. You are in charge of the conversation. If you're not in charge of the conversation, they are. One of you has to be. Okay? You need to understand that. You are either controlling the direction of the interaction or they are. It's not neutral ever. Don't entertain distractions, deflections, or irrelevant questions. What about abortion? What's your position on that? I'm not here to discuss abortion.
What Gaza?
Gaza, yeah, well, what's the other one that people love to bring up?
The war of Russia, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
We should be busy with that.
Yeah, we're here to talk about the animals that you oppress. Focus only on the animals, not on the environmental health. Refocus and always bring it back to the animals and hold them individually accountable. Oh, but no one is going to change in mass. The whole society is going to continue doing this. You need to take this up with politicians and corporations. I'm talking to you right now. I'm not talking to your friends, your family, or society, or the government. I'm talking to you right now. What are you willing to do about this?
Questions we're going to take them at the end.
Just a quick one.
It's just going to keep going, so just
No, there's
make
no
it
question. It's just like...
comments and questions.
Sure, yeah. Be ready to end the conversation if you judge that they are not open, especially if they're using excuses as a deflection instead of curiosity. End the conversation with trolls, unreceptive, and close-minded people quickly. 3 strikes, you're out. Let people watch the footage first. They have to show some interest, or at least explain it to them before you get into it. Don't interrupt other AV outreach. If you see other people having an interaction and you have the audacity to interrupt and interject, how dare you? I've seen that done before. It's their interaction. Even if it's failing, it's for them to learn, right? You can give them feedback later, or you can give feedback to the organizer, which would be more appropriate, and then the feedback can come from the organizer. That's the way we do this. We're professionals. Don't interrupt. Oh, I've already read that. We're here for the animals. Please keep socializing to after the cube. So if we see you standing around in clusters and you're talking about like how your weekend was and stuff like that, and how please don't do that. We're here to do a serious action for the animals, and afterwards we can socialize. We are here to bond on a common goal of fighting for the animals. That's what we're here to do. Non-vegans experience cognitive dissonance through excuses and deflections, refocus on individual accountability of the real victims. We're repeating ourselves at this point, but we need to make sure that you get it, that you really, really get it in the core of your being. All right, and now we're going to do something pretty cool, yeah? All right, 10 minutes. Okay, so I have to unplug this. So this is going to be a bit of fun. Never done this before? Alright? This was created by one of our activists in Czech Republic for the purpose of helping you with training, with helping AV. They named it Their Voice. Basically, this was like Sims, as Asal would say. Let me just...
Is it possible to get everyone higher?
Shilpa? Can you... No. Can we just get the projection higher, did you say?
Yeah, it's just some of the
No, we just need to move the table. I think that's the issue. That's enough. Oh, no.
Just move that up.
I think that's good. Yeah, that's pretty good. Alright, so here we are in a simulation of a cube of truth. Alright? Pretty sick, huh? So we're just walking around and you've got people who have stopped. Now, by show of voices, who should we approach? The guy with this guy?
They're all stopped and still watching.
Everyone. What the fuck is going on?
So she turns around and let's just run the protocol on them. You ready? Hello, have you seen this footage before? Nah, man, just checking it out. What's the big deal? Each of these characters have been programmed with specific personality types. We're showing you the most common cases of animal exploitation. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, but she already wants it.
Did she?
Yeah.
Did she really?
Did she leave?
He's gone, yeah.
No, she just turned around on me, which is hilarious. I mean, it's kind of sad, but I'm just here for the vibes. Animals gotta eat too, right? I'm here for the vibes. I don't think I've ever heard anyone say that. Okay. What should we say? How about we crowdsource? What do you guys think we should say here?
Do you think it's animal abuse, what you see?
Okay.
Oh, yeah, true. Okay.
What about the vibe?
It's sad.
Are you a psycho?
Well, how do you think the animals feel?
How do you think the animals?
Honestly, I don't think they're thinking about it like we do. They're just living their best lives, man. What's that?
What's this program about? Like Instagram comments or something?
No, it's based on actual experience at Cubes, but a little bit exaggerated, I think. So what do you think we should say to that? We've already reached like 1 or 2 strikes here, by the way.
Are you serious?
If you were living that life, would that be your best life?
That's a great response. If you were living that life, would you call that your best life? Probably not, but I'm not a cow, dude. I'm just chilling here, enjoying my day. Alright, it seems obvious there's no point talking to you anymore. Goodbye.
Enjoy the vibes.
Psychopathic vibes.
But wrong about what? Because they're saying I'm just here chilling, dude.
About being a cow.
Well, they're not a cow.
I'm just wondering what he's going to say.
It seems like an endless... See, this is what I'm saying. You don't necessarily have to go to 3 strikes sometimes. But that's also a strike, though. And we are up to 3. Oh, come on, don't be like that. I was just getting warmed up. See, like, they want to waste your time, don't they? Like, that's what they want to do, is just waste more and more of your time.
Oh, there's a button above. Reveal personality.
So, okay. Troll, too cool for this, can never end conversation. So now that we know it's going to be an endless thing, it's good that I ended it. Alright, we move on to the next person, okay? Let's go to this guy in white.
Where you get your protein?
Hello, have you seen this kind of footage before? Hey there. Yeah, I've seen stuff like this before. It's pretty hard to watch, but I get it. The animals deserve better treatment for sure. But you know, I cook meat for my family. It's a big part of our diet and keeps us healthy. I've got 8 grandkids to think about. He looks super young. Grandkids.
8!
This isn't perfect, but...
Oh my god.
See, I knew this would be good. Alright, here we go. Oh wait, what do you think we should say? What do you think?
They're talking about treatment, so you could say, like, do you think there's a human way to help someone with furlough?
I think your diet is more important than animal lives.
He can say yes.
No, do you think it's necessary for us to eat animals outside?
I don't like the necessary point.
No, because he's talking about this big part of our diet.
Yeah,
So
it keeps us
your
healthy.
diet is more important than life.
Oh, right, I see, okay. But we can't address everything in...
Can you ask him if he eats meat? Because he says, I cook meat for my family.
What about you, though? Do you think... Wait, what was I going to say?
Do you eat meat yourself?
Yeah. Do you exploit animals? Huh? Literally recorded everything.
No, it's double.
Double dough?
Oh. Jesus. I wouldn't say I exploit them. I just believe in using what we have for food. It's part of life, you know. Plus, not eating meat would feel wasteful to me. My grandkids need good nutrition, and meat helps with that. So, I would say to that, using them is exactly the definition of exploitation. Do you believe that animals are really here for us or with us? And are you open to the fact that you can get all of your nutrition from plants? Satisfactory?
Yes.
That's exactly the definition of exploitation, using them for your benefit. Do you really believe that animals are here for us or with us? And are you open to the fact that you can get all of your nutrition from plants? I get what you're saying, but I see it differently. Animals have been part of our food chain for ages, and while I know people can get nutrition from plants, I'm set in my ways. I love cooking for my family. It's just something I grew up with, and it's important to me. Plus, I can't waste food. So he's repeating that waste point. This is oddly similar to how people actually talk.
Yeah.
So, what would you say to that, guys?
You're wasting food by eating animals.
I'm glad you guys understand that it's a waste of time.
Can you just ask me, like, what's his secret for looking this young?
And then he was saying, that'll backfire. Grandchildren, though. So disengage, yeah? Okay, you don't seem open-minded and willing to change, so I'm going to move on.
Why is he telling about wasting food? What is his point?
Yeah, that's something that people say because they think animals are already killed and they're already on the shelves in the grocery store. It would be a waste not to eat them.
Oh my god, you missed it.
This guy seems cool. Let's see if he is actually.
He's probably 6 or 7.
What's that?
He's probably 6 or 7 years old.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I'm just a kid. My parents tell me what to do. Hey, have you seen footage like this before? And how does it make you feel? Oh, wow, that's amazing. I didn't even know I started recording when I said that. I'll start that again. This guy. What's wearing his leg?
It's a troll.
Ready to be vegan.
Goes stand between him and the screen.
Get out of here! I already dismissed you. What the hell is going on here? This guy walked off now. Oh, Jesus. Hi. Have you seen this footage before? And how does it make you feel? Hey, yeah, I've seen this stuff before. It's pretty intense, right? Honestly, it makes me think a lot about our food choices. Like, I tried eating fried crickets on vacation once, and it really opened my eyes to different protein sources. What about you? How do you feel watching it? I don't think I've ever been asked that question. Crickets are individuals who deserve respect too. Do you believe animals are here for us or with us? I'm not even going to answer that question about how do you feel. Like, obviously, it's obvious if we're standing out on the streets, like, that we feel that it's wrong. Totally. I think animals are definitely here with us, not just for us. They have their own lives and stories, you know? It's like we're all part of this big ecosystem together. I mean, crickets might be small, but they've got their own vibe going on. What do you think?
Why are you eating them? Then, why don't you respect their lives? Something like that.
But they might be small, but they've got their own vibe going on. I think he is saying he respects them.
Yeah.
Well, but before he said he eats them. The crickets.
if you acknowledge that they are individuals, then do you think you should respect them and not exploit them? I think this guy's going to go vegan. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Respecting them is super important. It's a tricky balance though. I mean, I still eat insects for protein, but I try to be mindful about where they come from.
And how they're treated.
Only crickets from humane slaughterhouses. What do you think we should do?
Again, is it necessary? Like, can you get protein from other sources?
Yeah, do you think?
Are you open to the fact that you can get all of your nutrition from plant-based sources so that you don't have to be the reason animals are exploited to death? Absolutely, plant-based diets can be super nutritious and they definitely help reduce harm to animals. I've been trying to incorporate more plant-based meals myself. It's wild how many options there are now. But hey, everyone's on their own journey, right? What kind of plant-based stuff do you like? This guy keeps asking questions like...
Maybe Socratic definition.
Hit him with the definition.
Just get to the point. What's stopping you from making it?
Yeah. Yeah.
What exactly is preventing you from respecting animals and no longer exploiting them? You know, it's a mix of habits and convenience for me. I grew up eating meat, so it's been a journey to shift my mindset, but I'm definitely open to change. I think learning more about alternatives helps. What about you? Have you made any big changes? Oh, this isn't connected, apparently. What the hell?
Maybe on the other end, it's loose, I think.
Yeah, it's fixed.
All right.
What about you? Have you made any big changes in your diet? Obviously. I can't even, this is...
We should say something about the screen. Because we now all the time...
How many animals should die because of habits and convenience?
He's saying it's a journey to shift our minds to ask her if it should be like something we should do right now.
If you were in the animals.
Yeah, victim's position. If you were in non-human animals' position, how fast would you want oppressors to end? That was clunky. I'm not answering any of his questions. What about you? Wow, that's a heavy question. If I were in their shoes, I'd want it to end as soon as possible. No one should have to suffer like that. It really makes you think about how you treat other beings, right? What do you think is the best way to create change?
Go vegan!
We're standing here to talk to you as an individual about your responsibility. I think that the best way to create change is for you to stop being the reason that animals are exploited to death, and then the next step is for you to speak up against this injustice. Do you think you'll change now? I'm going to go now. Unbelievable.
Oh my god. Getting too hot.
Where is he going? He's walking into the wall.
There's a ghost.
Did you only reveal your personality on the third?
Yeah.
They're coming back there.
I hope one day months goes better.
Yeah, I didn't get to reveal that person's personality. Anyway, we're going to upload this for everyone to use in the AV network, so you can play around with it.
Yeah.
Nice.
There's many personalities, there's like 16 that are programmed in there currently, but if you have feedback on new personality types based on your experience that you think could be put in here, if you send that information to us, I'll send it to the developer, and we'll just upload as many personalities as possible.
Is it only in English, or is it available?
At this point.
But it's new, so we're definitely going to make upgrades to it.
I feel like it's based on ChatGPT, right?
It uses ChatGPT, yes, and
So maybe it is like translatable because ChatGPT is an.
that's a good point.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not going to do any more because we're time sensitive.
Yeah, we are, yeah. But did you guys like that? Yeah. It's good practice, right? So we're actually going to do some real life role play now. Just a little bit. And then we're going to go into Q&A.
Thank you.
So first, I want to see if anyone wants to outreach me.
No, because they'll get crushed.
No, they want to outreach me.
Yeah.
They can crush me.
No.
I'm the non-vegan.
You'll be too difficult to deal with, I assume.
I'm a troll. Anyone?
Oliver was saying that he did this role play and then he was like giving all the positive responses. He's like similar to that, and then he's like, okay, thank you. And he goes,
Anyone? Oh. See, we don't have any confident outreaches. Are you guys scared?
It's not that we're scared. I guess we have we don't want to make a mistake.
But we're all learning together. I might learn something from you know? But, you know, this is the first time we're doing it as well, so I understand.
I'll outreach you, how about that?
Huh?
I'll outreach you.
You outreach me?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello? This time?
Texting? Okay.
Yep.
Come this way because I think
Actually, social distancing, please.
It's gross.
It's the cable, I think.
Hi! Over here!
No. Okay, let's...
Have you seen this footage before?
Yeah, I think so.
See? You're gonna be really difficult.
Hey, Shilpa, can you time us for 10 minutes so we don't go over it? Thank you.
And you've seen it before, and how does it make you feel? What kind of impact does it have on you?
I mean, it's sad. Yeah.
Is it safe to say that you are against animal exploitation?
Oh, yeah.
Do you think it's possible to be against animal exploitation if you consume animals and what comes from them?
Yeah, I think so.
And can you explain exactly how that would be the case if you were the one being exploited?
What do you mean?
If I was the one who was exploiting you,
Why
how
would
is
you
it
do that?
possible for me to be against exploiting you?
Are you guys vegan?
Yes, because we are against animal exploitation.
Ah, okay. I see. Are those shoes vegan?
No.
So you're not vegan?
I mean, yeah, sorry, that was too quick.
You're not good at this.
No, they're carnivore shoes.
So you're here to tell me that I should stop eating meat, but you wear leather.
No, they're definitely vegan. Okay, can we move on?
They
to
look like leather. I know that brand. They do leather shoes.
This is clearly vegan, though.
But like, let's imagine that's vegan leather, because we get that question, right?
Didn't I tell you she was going to be difficult? I told you you were going to be difficult.
I mean, I've been doing this for 8 years. Come on.
Are you open to changing?
Yeah, I'm open. Yeah.
Yeah. When it comes to what you're watching on the screens here, knowing that you're responsible for it, how does that make
I
you
don't
feel?
think I'm responsible. I'm not killing them.
No, but you are demanding this through your consumer choices, which means
I
it
wouldn't say
happens
I'm
for you.
demanding. It's just there, so I buy it.
Yeah, but that means you're paying for it to happen for you.
Actually, my parents pay for it, so.
This thing is happening all over again. You look a lot older than someone who would be at the helm of their parents.
Let's just pretend I look younger.
You're gonna pretend a bunch of stuff.
I'm like 17, but I have 8 grandkids. I've just.
How
I've had a
old are you? This is what I would ask now.
17.
17?
17.
17.
17.
So you're 7.
I've had a tough life.
Don't you think that you can demand for your parents at the age of 17 to respect your choices?
No, because like we used to live in the countryside and my grandparents had a farm.
Yep.
So they treat the animals really well, I've seen it.
Okay.
And did you know that if they don't... to it with a straight face. If they don't milk the cows, they're going to be in a lot of pain. Did you know that?
That's not the case because they're exploited.
No, but like I'm
for
saying
their
in the
breast milk.
countryside.
Yeah, but let me explain something, okay? Are you open to having
Yeah,
your
yeah,
thoughts
totally.
challenged?
Yeah.
Okay. So these animals are bred into existence to begin with. So by being vegan, it means that these animals wouldn't
Do
actually...
you eat avocados?
We're at strike 3 by now, for sure. For sure.
Because did you know that bees are killed so that you vegans can eat avocados?
Yeah, but we're not exploiting bees or avocados.
But you are.
You aren't open-minded.
I am. That's why I'm standing here talking to
Goodbye.
you. Well, you just lost. You guys cannot have a conversation. You guys are hypocrites. This is ridiculous. You're actually not going to kick me out. This is a public space. I'm going to stand here for as long as I
didn't
want.
kick you out. I said I was walking off. Goodbye.
Whatever. You're just an angry vegan.
Yeah, I'm angry with people that disgust me, like you.
Not that again.
Huh?
Not that line again. Yeah, but I don't think you're
No, this
actually
conversation's
open-minded.
over.
But you're standing here.
Yeah, let's do another role play.
You're actually standing here.
No, it's over.
But you didn't answer any of my questions.
That's because I don't want to
Because I
answer...
said I'm open.
I don't want to answer
No, but I
dumb
said I'm
questions.
actually open and you don't want to answer my questions.
Correct.
So you're just here to lecture people. You don't actually care about
I'm here to talk to people who are
answering
willing to
questions.
change. In a conversation,
Yeah, I am open-minded.
This conversation has expired.
Actually, you're not open-minded. You just want to force people to think the way you
I would
want.
love to be able to force you to be vegan. If I could, I would.
See, that's just wrong.
Yeah, what you're doing to animals is way worse.
Yeah, but what about our free will?
This conversation is over, okay?
Why are you standing there?
This is dumb. At this point, this is not productive.
Alright.
Animal.
So,
I would have walked off already.
I would have.
You-
I would have in the first 2 minutes. So does anyone want to outreach me?
Does anyone want to deal with a nightmare like that? Anyone?
Is there anyone that think could turn me vegan?
No.
But maybe I will show you another one of my personalities.
Alright, let's do it. I'll outreach you. This is working like this.
Okay.
Hi, have you seen this footage before?
No, what is it?
We're showing you animal exploitation. The most common forms are for their flesh, for their breast milk, and for their eggs. How do you feel about this?
Oh, that's so fucked up.
It is really messed up, isn't it? Yeah, is it safe to say that you are against animal exploitation?
Yeah, of course.
Awesome. Let me ask you this. Do you think it's possible to be against animal exploitation if you consume their flesh or what comes from their bodies or anything that involves exploiting them?
I can see where you're going.
Right.
Yeah.
And
I mean, yeah, sometimes I do eat meat. Not a lot. Just a little bit.
But do you acknowledge the contradiction?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So then what would be preventing you? What do you feel is stopping you from being vegan and no longer exploiting animals?
I love ice cream and cheese.
Well, you know
And
that there's
chocolate.
alternatives. You know that you can eat vegan ice cream and
I
cheese.
like vegan cheese.
Okay, well,
It's
do you
really
think that your
gross.
taste preference would justify exploiting animals to death?
But what do you think about like free-range eggs and like
Can you just
organic
answer?
farms? And...
Hold on, I'm happy to answer your free-range farm question, but can you acknowledge and answer my question?
Sure.
So, do
What
you
did you
think
ask?
that your taste preference justifies exploiting animals to death?
I mean, when you put it like that,
Carry on.
look, I'm not gonna go vegan if that's where you're going.
Right, and how do you feel justified?
Maybe one day, not right now.
Okay, so if you were in their position, and I'm the one who's, let's say I'm the one who's responsible for putting you in this position, would you find it acceptable for me to eventually stop exploiting you to death? Or would you want me to stop right now?
I mean, it's It's hard to imagine that because I'm not an animal.
You are an animal. Animals.
No, like I'm not in their position. It's hard, you know. It's a hypothetical
That's why I'm asking you
situation. It's hard
exactly.
to
That's
imagine.
exactly why I'm asking you to imagine being in their position, because it's easy for you to say these things as someone who's responsible for explaining.
Sorry, I'm just waiting for a friend.
That's actually something that happens a lot. You're more than. If you want to leave, by all means.
No, I'm just waiting. No, I like this conversation. I'm just waiting for a friend.
Okay. And so, again, the question is, if you were in their position, and I was the one responsible for exploiting you to death, how fast would you want this to end?
Well, fast. Very fast.
Right
obviously.
now, right?
Yeah.
So, what are you willing to do about this? Are you going to continue
like
being
I said,
the reason?
I'm not going to go vegan.
Okay. And how exactly do you feel justified in that?
What do you mean?
Okay, so what's happening on the screens right now is happening because of you, right? Now, why exactly do you feel that that's justified for you to continue doing?
Yeah, like I know it's bad, but I'm just one person. How much change can I make, you know? Like if I stop, everyone else
an enormous
is going to
amount
keep
of
doing it.
change.
But like
Because
I'm
you
just
have
one
the power to
person.
stop being the
I only
reason.
eat a little bit of, you know, meat and cheese and...
Okay, so
I don't
if
eat
I
a lot.
only exploit you to death a little bit, is that okay?
That's really harsh, what you just said.
Yeah, but
That's
that's...
really inappropriate.
It's appropriate to use animals.
Yeah, you've used the word inappropriate. Let's look at the screens again.
No, that's bad. Like, that's really bad. But you didn't answer my question about, like, free-range farms and organic.
Okay, sure, I'll answer that question now. Do you really think they're free?
Yeah, because, like, I've seen how they can roam around, you know.
Yeah, but they're held captive because the area that they're in, they're fenced.
Not really.
Okay, why don't they remove the fences then?
But what about, like, small family farms? They keep the cows.
Right, let's
take
just
care
say,
of them.
okay, sure.
It's like they're pets, you know.
Sure. Okay, so let's just say hypothetically, I own a small farm, and I only have one animal, literally the smallest one, and you're that one animal, and I treat you the best. I give you a life of luxury, okay? But I'm keeping you there for one sole purpose, which is to exploit you for my benefit, to take whatever I want from you and your body. Is it acceptable?
I mean, that's why, like, that's their purpose, right? I know it's bad. Look, I know it's bad. Like, that is making me really sad looking at that. That's why I'm not trying to look at it.
Yeah,
But,
and it's interesting that
like,
you can't
that's
even look
why
at
they
the
are
victims
here,
that
right?
you're victimizing.
Are you a religious person?
No. And so, surely we're
Because I
at three
feel like
strikes.
some vegans are like, you know, they're treated like a religion. I think it's
This is
fine
about
what
justice.
you guys are doing. It's really good. I actually respect you a lot for what you're doing.
Yeah, well, with all due respect, I'm not here to necessarily get your respect.
No, that's fine. I'm just saying, like, I actually respect it, but I could never be fully vegan.
Yeah.
Maybe like 95%.
Yeah, well,
Like,
You-
all of my makeup is vegan.
so why do you care for your makeup to be vegan, but for not, like,
It's
for
just
the rest
like,
of
I
your
love
consumer
cheese.
choices?
Like, I love blue cheese. Oh my god, with wine, it's so good.
Yeah. And
No, that was the last person.
and so what if I was to say something similar back to you and say, oh, I just love your breast milk. So
That's really
delicious.
disgusting. I think you're just really gross. That's so inappropriate.
Do you see how that cow is being fisted in the asshole?
You know
by
what?
that
This is
farmer?
why people hate
This is what you're
vegans. You
responsible
guys are
for.
so extreme.
Okay.
You guys are just so
Do you
crazy
see what
and angry.
happens to cows for your blue cheese?
I didn't say I wear blue cheese. I
You said
actually...
you eat blue cheese, right?
What?
I said for your blue cheese.
I thought you said Gucci. Yeah, like...
Are you
I said
against bestiality?
What?
Are you against bestiality?
You're insane. What is this sexualizing animals and all these sexual
I think we've
references?
gone beyond 3 strikes at this point. Okay, arrivederci.
10 minutes. Alright, bye.
10
And you know
minutes
what?
away.
You're never going to
You didn't
change
give me
the world,
one
by the way.
positive interaction.
You're never going to change the world.
Dude, we're only showing them bad examples here.
Yeah, because obviously,
And on that.
obviously, if I was open-minded, you could turn me vegan. But that's the point. Like,
Yeah,
this is
but-
how difficult people can be.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
yeah, so what we can do is we can give you guys 5 or 10 minutes, and you guys can practice this. How does this sound?
So turn to the person
So everyone
next to
can
you.
turn and outreach or be outreached by the person behind them.
Can we ask you not to do it though, because you're recording?
Yeah.
So if you turn around, you guys, yes, so that you're not sitting with a friend or someone that you know. Yeah, someone that you don't know, and just, you guys can decide.
What's
who's
up,
gonna be
Marcus?
the vegan, who's gonna be the non-vegan. Guys, just find someone and just practice it with them. Don't worry about if they're sitting right next to you or behind you.
then now that before we start
dat weet ik wat voor alcohol.
Okay. Alright, we're gonna end the role playing here. It looks like you guys are having fun though. Was it fun? Yeah. I wish I could zoom in and hear what you guys were saying. Did anyone turn their non-vegan vegan? Yes? How many people did you guys get to go vegan? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, you actually went vegan at the end?
She was explaining about the dairy industry.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Awesome. Okay, it's fun, yeah? It's interesting doing it like this. This is the first time we're doing it, but I love it because it looked like you guys are enjoying it.
It looked productive.
Yeah, you were all getting into it.
All right, let's launch into some Q&A. Questions? Raise your hand. Christos was first, and then we'll come to you, Greta, and then the rest of you.
I always wonder how long should I wait before I approach somebody while it's them.
Before you approach somebody, we say within 10 seconds.
It really depends on that person. So sometimes you can see that the person is engaged with the footage. There is something that they're showing on their face. That's a good indication. So we always say, don't approach them too quickly because they haven't really watched the footage. They don't know what it is about. They haven't engaged. But also don't wait too long because you might lose the opportunity. So just watch them, let them engage with the footage so they look shocked or somehow engage, and then approach them.
I also want to say, approach them, like, don't do this, because this is what I see sometimes people do. They're like, hi.
Don't sneak up on them.
No, it's not sneaking up. It's just like you're too soft and too timid.
Yes.
Like, hey, how you going? Yeah, sorry to bother you. I don't mean to be an inconvenience. Don't do that shit. Just go up to them immediately and go, hey, how you going? Have you seen this footage before? Straight to the point. Because if they don't want to talk to you, they'll let you know. Actually, Greta was first.
Hold on, just 1 sec. Before we do it, just please keep it to one question at a time so that we can get as many questions from different people as we can, and then if you have more questions, maybe we can do it. Also, let's say Greta asks a question, we give an answer. The next person, if they have a comment to add to that, again, please maybe leave it until after the workshop, then you can go and, give her your feedback or your opinion.
Greta.
So I'm gonna save the second for later.
Yeah.
But
we've got time.
Yes. So it's not exactly a question. It's more like something that, as I was saying, I want you to build on. About the bad example outreach video that you showed us. Because I get that it's very satisfying to say stuff like, yeah, you disgust me, because it's true, right? So we want them to know that that's true. But when I was seeing that, I was mostly worried / sorry for you, because I felt what you were feeling, and that was terrible. And I would never want to put myself in a situation where I get that angry that it's really pushing the blood in me, and I want to strangle that person. So I think it's important that you showed us that video, but it should, like, I think it has to come with a follow-up. Like, do not do this, not because it's wrong to the person, because we don't care about them, right? Like, we can insult them and who the fuck cares? The point is, they deserve it. I mean, they do terrible stuff, so we should say what we think. But the point is, we should not put ourselves in a situation where we are, like, drawn out by the thing. So we should not disregard the respect that we should have for ourselves first.
Well, I agree with you. Yeah, I wasn't saying you should do that, but you should be like me in that situation. I just wanted to show you, like, this really happens sometimes, and like I said, it took me like 10 minutes to shake it off, and that's not a good thing. Like, we should feel empowered in our work and be able to move on to the next person immediately. You know, like, it didn't bother us too much. That's part of being responsible for your own emotions and thoughts, and and that's what we can control, is our own reaction to things, right? So I agree with that.
So the follow-up to that would be, you know, we need to be mindful of what's happening inside of us, and that's why we have all these rules. So if someone's getting on my nerves and I feel like the blood is boiling inside of me, maybe I need to take a deep breath, maybe I need to cut the conversation short, maybe I need to step back so that I don't get to that boiling point. And, you know, it's not about proving a point to the person or trying to, you know, vomit all over them because we're angry, because we are angry and we're frustrated, but we need to manage that differently. This will happen from time to time. This has happened to most of us probably, and it will happen again, but you're right, we need to manage it better so that it doesn't affect us either, so that we're more productive. So it comes down to understanding yourself, what's happening inside of you. Do you need to step back? And also, always remember that it's not about you, it's about the animals. You're just the messenger, you're just a vehicle, you're just a vessel, you're the tool. If the person even tries to point, like when I was saying, you know, your shoes, if you're already feeling somehow self-conscious in any way, you're gonna want to prove to me that no, my shoes are vegan, because you don't want me to think that you're a hypocrite. Whereas if I was dealing with a non-vegan, I wouldn't give a fuck about what they think of me, because I know what I'm doing. So I'm not gonna go out of my way to prove to them, right? I will answer the question, but I'm not gonna go out of my way. So take yourself out of that equation. It's not about you. You're just there to deliver the message, stay focused on the animals, and it becomes so much easier.
I forget who was in line.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to.
So Ben's hand went up first. Let's go with Ben.
For the comment, I wrote it down because you didn't put it in the slides, but then you kind of did the technique when you were talking about Ruth with the Saul, when you asked her to answer your question, because she tried to deflect and divert away. And that's like a really, you know, good technique that I've learned how to use. Maybe just explain it.
Yeah, so we kind of do cover it in the flowchart by saying don't entertain deflections and distractions. Therefore, you're also in control of the conversation, and if you're not, they are. If I was to allow her to just run game on me, then it would just go endlessly in the direction of nonsense, right? So, yeah, I think it's important to make sure that you get an answer to your question, and if there's multiple people that you're engaging with, to ask all of them, how do you feel also? If one person answers, because usually other people are quiet, then you're like, and what about you? How do you feel? Are you against animal exploitation too? Yeah, so this is basically communication skills. This is what we're talking about, you know? But again, you're in control of the conversation, or they are, and make sure that they are not. Yeah.
I want to emphasize that everybody can understand that, because it's very important. You ask them a question, and then you kind of go over here with another question.
Yeah.
Bring them back, make them answer. If they don't answer it, it's clearly that they're not reachable.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you're in charge of the conversation, so you're going to have to anchor the conversation at all times. If they try to bring up irrelevant points, like I was doing, you didn't even let me. I had so many things to throw at you. But just always bring it back. Always bring it back to the footage, to the animals, because that's our anchor. And yeah, you're in charge, so don't let them control the conversation.
Who else? Yes.
Yes, I have these days, and then I use the flowchart, and then it goes so quickly, and then in 2-3 minutes we are done. And then I am worried that it goes too quick, maybe. Can we go too quick in our conversations? Or?
Not if you cover the important points, right?
Yeah.
Because these are based on principles. So if you actually communicate the principles correctly and they understand the moral obligation they have,
yes, they are, yeah.
Then I would say that's perfect outreach. Perfect.
So you're saying they don't go vegan at the end?
They go vegan, yeah.
Well,
and then they say
She's worried that they're not, it's like too quick and maybe they don't get it.
You're doing it. If they actually get it and you're convinced that they're being honest, then you're doing a great job.
See, when you wrap it up quickly, you're sending the message that this is easy to understand. And we're not exaggerating by saying it's really simple, right?
Yeah, it's true.
So we're delivering this as simple as it actually is. There's so long documentaries about that, you know what I mean? Like just sit down and watch 2 hours and all this stuff and I love Gary Yourofsky's speech, but it's 1 hour and plus, all this stuff. You don't really need that. We can deliver it in 3 minutes. You know?
Yeah.
All right. Yes.
Just a technical question. Like you now have a new flowchart, but where can you find this?
I get asked this question so much. Now that we've updated it, where should we put it for everyone to download? Because it's never been something we can just put in one place globally. Maybe on the website.
We can share it with our regional organizers. They can make
But that
sure
already
it's in
happens.
every group. So in the file section.
In the file section of the organizers group, but publicly.
So they will share it from the organizers group in their local groups. And then everyone can save it, because it's a PDF. You can save it on your phone. You can even look at it just before the queue.
How did it go for you when I emailed it? Could you open it on your phone? Yes?
Yeah.
Because it's actually not a PDF.
It's not?
The one that I showed was a PPTX, which is a PowerPoint presentation. Yeah, okay. Well, I think it would be good to do that as well as putting it on the webpage, on the website.
We can even put it on, I don't know if we can put it on the 1 day a month thing, so that everyone
Well, that's a good
can
idea too.
download it and bring it tomorrow.
That's a good idea.
Remove the
WhatsApp group chat and just drop it.
It's hard to add everyone's number to a group chat, but there is a group chat, here's one. So we can put it in there as well. Yeah.
I think the answer is everywhere. We should put it everywhere.
What's that, Shilpa?
I can put it in the one down Facebook group, the link, so we'll...
Oh yeah, no, in the one.
The updates group?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can put it in there too.
I mean, I put the WhatsApp group chat link.
But I've got the updated version, so I need to upload it first. I'll put it in the file section of the organizers group first and foremost. Yes?
A small question. Can you then remove the margin so that it's maximized to view on your phone, so that you don't have white space around it,
Yeah, I think we can do that.
So that's as big as possible.
Yeah, I think we can do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can look at it when you're doing
Without
outreach.
zooming.
Just go.
Yeah. No, that's fair. Yeah. You're not going to be holding your laptop while doing outreach. Yeah, who else? Floris.
Yeah, so there was actually a point to make right after you said that we have to correct people's languages.
Yes.
You mentioned that a vegan diet is essentially a plant-based diet, but a plant-based diet can still have coconuts that are gotten from slave monkeys. Peter exposed this a few years ago. So I would actually say a vegan diet is not the same as a plant-based diet. What would you say to that?
Okay, so in terms of the coconuts, that gets a little bit complicated.
And also truffles.
Coconuts, truffles, wine, what else? Palm oil, avocados. I have vegan friends who don't eat avocados.
Palm oil is vegan.
Well, no, it's actually relevant. So palm oil, so everything that, no.
We've been down this road.
No, I know, hold on. So all of these are things that I would call they're in the gray area. So, for example, palm oil is something that a lot of vegans don't eat, and they are convinced that we shouldn't eat them, but then some other vegans do eat them. Or avocados is the same thing. So
Yeah, but I don't care about that. I care about whether animals are exploited or not.
I know,
Any
but-
different to any other oil, and from my understanding, palm oil is the same as any other oil.
Right. And I know what you're saying. And then even with the coconuts, right? So the coconuts that are harvested in Thailand are used, using labor monkeys.
No, hang on. Because I actually spoke to Peter Asia about this, and I was going to interview them on a podcast, and I asked them in direct messages on Twitter for all of the information that they had, because they seem to be really knowledgeable about this. So most of the companies that sell coconut fat products, so anything like cream, milk and oil and butter, then most of those companies use slaves, but the coconut water is completely vegan, because
that's a different coconut. It's a young coconut.
Yeah.
It's used for the water. But what I was trying to say is that while we have the information, we know that's the situation in Thailand. For example, the coconuts in Vietnam is a totally different story. They don't use monkeys, right? So when you go to the supermarket and you buy your coconut products, then you can have a look at the label. But what happens when you go to the vegan restaurant, and not every vegan restaurant is going to stop using coconut cream that comes from Thailand. So this is why I'm saying it is a grey area, whether we like it or not, and I don't like it myself, but it is a grey area. A lot of vegans do drink alcohol regardless of whether it was processed with animal products or not, and again, I personally think it is in the grey area. There are so many vegan wines now that are labeled as vegan, and actually a lot of them say this wine was processed using, milk or whatever.
Eggshells or whatever.
Eggshells. So they are being transparent, which is great. But again, it does fall into that category. Truffles. Now, a lot of truffle companies do vegan truffles, so they don't use pigs and dogs to sniff them out.
a lot.
Yeah, a lot of vegan restaurants now serve vegan truffles.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. That's crazy.
Yeah,
Do you guys know what happens for truffles? They enslave pigs and dogs, and they exploit them to
So they
sniff
them out of the ground.
to sniff them out of the ground.
Yeah.
This is why, and a little bit, and then we're like, hang on a second, no, we should err on the side of caution, and based on what we do know about this, even though it's not fully confirmed, but it is actually.
So it is possible that they are harvested not using animal slaves. So that's why I'm saying you can go to the company, you can ask the questions, you can go to the restaurant, ask the question, but it does still fall into that category. Now, to go back to your question, a plant-based diet versus a vegan diet, yes and no, because someone can claim that they're on a plant-based diet, but they do eat honey. Sometimes they eat a little bit of wild salmon. They still call themselves plant-based, so you're right, it's maybe different. But if they were sticking to the true definition, a plant-based diet should be 100% plants. So that's the difference.
And they also eat fish sometimes.
But it's not the reality. It's not the reality of the world that we live in.
What are you, just before we move on to your question, Tom, unless it's about what we just spoke about, it is, go on.
Just when you say grey area, do you mean like it's a case by case basis? Like you can't quite right say all coconut products, so if it's the one you have in your hand in the supermarket, you can Google it, and if they obviously don't, is that what you mean?
That's what I mean, but I also mean that if she ate a curry that had coconut cream from Thailand, I'm not gonna say, fuck you, you're not vegan.
Yeah.
That's me personally.
Yeah, but I think that we have a due diligence to ask the restaurant workers to show them, to show you what coconut milk they use.
We have the right and we can do that, and if they don't, we can walk out, but my point
Or
is...
just order something else, you don't have to walk out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or go to a different restaurant
Yeah.
if they're being difficult, but my point is that this is this is not the main problem that we're trying to resolve. These are going to resolve themselves.
Yeah, they're peripheral issues,
Yeah.
but it's important that we talk about them because we're trying to be
Yes.
consistent here. We need to be consistent, and I don't eat coconut milk.
But this is not the deciding factor. So when you're averaging a non-vegan, it doesn't come down to palm oil and truffle oil. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's the other thing. That's a great point, actually. That's like people aren't plant-based plus those things when you're talking to them.
I was just going to say in that regard, if people, like, I don't know if that question came from that type of place that even asking, but you could just say, look, until you personally address all this and hold yourself accountable to this, then you can have that conversation.
Yeah, that's, yeah.
Exactly. Even when people say, I have chickens that I rescue and I eat their eggs, I'm like, when it came to you just taking their eggs, then we can have this conversation.
Well, maybe it's a good idea to educate the restaurants that they might
Absolutely.
use
That's what Peter does.
non-vegan products where
Yeah.
they think they are.
Well, that's one of Peter's missions, I think.
Yeah. Well, we all should do that maybe when we go to.
Well, yeah, that's the good point. That's why I'm saying I think it is our due diligence to ask, is this vegan? Can I see the company that you use?
Yes. Where do you source your coconut cream or milk?
Or truffles.
Or truffles.
I think we shouldn't say it's a grey area for us, because we now all we know. So we should do our job and go to the restaurants and say.
I see what you're saying. Like if you can, yes. But what I'm saying is sometimes it does become that grey area, right? You might be. Let's say you're on the plane and they serve you a coconut curry and you've ordered a vegan meal. How are you going to find out?
Yeah, that's it.
Right?
Yeah.
And then you can choose not to eat and start for, those
That's actually an extremely good example. Because, yeah, you wouldn't know in advance.
14-hour flight.
Is that what they did?
No.
And
They actually served me fish.
And they
No,
also.
that's for another day.
No, it's for now.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah, obviously I always pre-order my vegan
You
meal.
ordered vegan
I
and
was
they brought
flying
fish.
on Qatar Airways, and the girl who was really sweet, she came and she told me, this is your menu, we've got this for your entree, dessert, blah, blah, okay, sounds good. Then this guy puts this little thing on my table and I think, okay, it must be my entree. And it does look like tuna, but you know how they can make chickpea look and smell like tuna? So I put it in my mouth. And I spit it out immediately. And I call him, and then I'm like putting water in my mouth and gargling and spitting it out right in his face because it's gross. Yeah, and I said, well, this is not vegan. He said, no, this is salmon, blah, blah. And I'm like, I asked for vegan. Anyway, he said, oh, you should have told me. And the manager came
Should have
and
told me I
apologized.
pre-ordered my meals.
That's the thing. So it was a really bad experience,
But yeah, that's an extremely good example. If you order a vegan meal and you don't, there's no way of confirming
Or like
exactly.
you could be at a wedding and they've catered a vegan meal for you. Who are you going to ask? Is this, what was the coconut milk used in
I
my
think
curry?
they don't know. That's the.
Let's say they
That's
don't
the
know.
thing, yeah.
And then it comes down to you if you decide to eat it or not.
And maybe I'm hardcore vegan, but I don't go to weddings unless they're vegan. But actually, even if it was a vegan wedding, it might happen.
My sister's getting married very one day in life, and that wedding is not vegan.
Well, that's one damn wedding you won't attend. Yeah. Damn your wedding. Yes.
Yeah, but on this topic about grey areas, what about flying then? Now they use biofuels, they say it's good for the environment.
We're not exploiting animals by doing that.
Which one?
Because it's slaughter fats from slaughterhouses that they use.
Wait, for biofuels?
Yes. In planes.
They use what?
Animal fat to make it bio.
I'm not kidding.
Tom?
Fuel.
I think this comes back to the fact that we don't live in a vegan world.
Yes, thank you.
And we're not perfect, and not everything is going to be perfect.
Thank you.
And again, once we address the fucking dead elephants in the room, then we can get
Yeah.
Yes.
be pushed out once we do it.
Yes, because let me bring up one more thing. Does anyone eat organic food?
Yes.
Animal shit is used. Plus, bones and blood. So do you go and buy conventional so that no animal was used, or do you go for the healthier option and go
Conventional farming also uses...
Some, yeah. But organic in Europe uses a lot more animal byproducts.
Yeah, but this isn't a reduction of
So
suffering.
that's what I'm saying. Like you said, we don't live in a vegan world. So.
No, practicable and possible is actually... No, that's a problem using that term, I think. As practicable and possible, I feel like that is too vague. Like,
You can interpret it however you want. What's practical to you may not be practical to me.
Yeah. But I think what Tom said is basically where I stand on this. Because if we didn't fly planes and didn't use our phones, which you could, like, our cars and stuff,
like
but we
where
have
does that end?
animal fats in the rubber and the plastics have animal fats in...
Furniture, glues.
Say that again?
The glue in furniture, you know?
Glue in furniture,
As much as it's in your control.
Yes.
If you buy a house, you don't know how the house was made. But
Or when you pay tax to the government, it goes to animal industries. Yes.
Yeah.
Conventional farming is using a lot of insecticides, which is, of course,
Exactly. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's no... Like, what's the alternative here that we only support veganic farming? How many veganic farms do we... I mean, unless you live on Shilpa's property, though, or you're Shilpa's neighbor.
I think
Shilpa, there is a business opportunity.
In Netherlands, there's one farm that is vegan.
Say that again?
There's one vegan organic farm in the Netherlands.
One vegan organic farm. Is that yours, Shilpa?
In the whole country?
Yeah.
huge, like more than 100 or 1,000 hectares of land. They are fully vegan. It's called as no shit.
No shit, you know, like that.
Yeah, and they are in Netherlands, and they're fully vegan.
So, if I see that option, or if I know that it exists, I'm going to buy my fruits and vegetables from them. Where do I buy them here in Amsterdam? Where do we buy them? Why don't we all just buy lots of fruits and vegetables from them? So, do you not know? Where do we buy that produce?
So they have a website. That's the thing. They don't sell everything that you get in the supermarket. They have like seasonal vegetables, seasonal stuff.
And it's delivered?
Yeah. So you can go to the grocery garden, like you can take a subscription, vegetable box, and you can buy it.
That sounds good though. Yeah. But see, another point I want to say is like, who's going to support that? Who's going to consume that choice? Vegans. Only vegans, right? And that's why being vegan is important. Like, non-vegans aren't going to care about that. Yeah, Andreas?
Yeah, I was just saying that these things are also byproducts that we use because of the production of already.
Very good point.
And they're so cheap because they're byproducts and because of the subsidies.
Okay, I think we've arrived at the most profound point here.
So if we, like, there are vegan alternatives and stuff, but they are not being used because the other one is so cheap because they already made their money even before looking at those elements of those byproducts.
Yeah.
So if people stop buying the main thing that they produce,
Right, like their flesh and etc. So, did everyone hear that point? Did anyone not hear what Andreas just said? Raise your hand. Okay. Andreas, please repeat it because I think this is the most profound point and probably the only thing we need to respond to if people try to call us out on it. Go ahead.
Okay, so these products like the stuff in the fuel, these are just byproducts that are just being sold to use the industries.
It's a symptom of the problem, and the problem is meat, dairy, and eggs.
Exactly. The subsidies makes it really, really cheap, and also they made all their money that they wanted to make even before we started using these byproducts, right? And they're just being used because they have them because of the other industries. So if we now stop putting money in those industries, if we stop subsidizing those industries because the market changed, then we will use the vegan alternatives instead, because then maybe the vegan alternatives will be cheaper.
Right.
Okay, I can add something to that,
Yeah.
because in the Netherlands, the soy yogurt from Alpro we all buy, I think, the rest product of that is sold and given as animal food.
Alpro uses salt in their
the
soy.
They make the yogurt
food.
Yeah,
for
the pulp they get from the soy is sold to the to be made as
Does
animal
Alpro
food.
have anything to do with that?
I thought it was Oatly.
They sell it.
No, it's from Alpro.
Oh, Alpro sell it to animal exploiters.
Yeah, they use it
So
for
it's
animal
not
food.
an ethical choice.
So you're saying Alpro is not vegan?
Well, it's vegan, but they sell the rest product to the animal food industry to give it to the animals.
The product is vegan though, right?
Yeah,
it's about the product, not the company.
Yeah, otherwise they have to throw it away. So it is used, but it's used to feed animals that are killed for eating.
Okay.
This conversation can continue all day. You know, we can talk about
No, we just addressed it.
You know, what's the other one?
Beyond
Burger. You know, so yeah, I think we are all on the same page. So we just need to address the main issue. These are all the side things that we can deal with.
I think it's as simple as saying this is a symptom of the problem, and the problem is that non-vegans are responsible for consuming animal flesh and what comes from animals and exploiting them through their consumer choices. And these other things such as organic farming, biofuels, etc. are a byproduct. We're addressing the root of the problem by being vegan.
Yes.
That's a simple response that you can give. Is everyone okay with that?
You could just say it wouldn't happen and then you can words or
Yeah. But we're never going to be in a totally vegan world. Child abusers still exist. Child abusers still exist.
But we don't live in a child abusing world, as in the standard.
But no, we don't. No. The way to say it would be we don't live in a child abuse free world.
Yeah.
But we do live in a world where some children are abused. So I'm saying that some animals will be exploited always.
Yeah.
So in a world where people respected animals, the majority of us, let's say, if that was the consensus globally, the consensus means the majority, then we would address that problem. Floris?
To just get some clarity on my original question, if you have I know there's coconut milk that does use the monkeys for slavery, and there's coconut milk that doesn't. Would you say there is a moral obligation if you have that option to not throw away coconut milk that doesn't? Of course.
If you're at the supermarket and you literally have one from Thailand, one from Vietnam, I would say go for the Vietnam one.
Does all coconut milk from Thailand
coconut milk and
Not
cream?
all.
Not all of them, but good luck finding out. You have to go to the company and find out.
Or Google it.
It's fair to stay away from it. Yeah, you can Google it. Peter has a list.
I'm not saying you have to have this down, but I'm good. I don't need to eat coconut milk. I'm good.
That's not the answer.
I'm just saying I would rather avoid it all so I don't have to deal with the headache of going, oh, let's Google this. Yeah, I'll just use another milk. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You've been putting your hand up a lot. Yes, you.
Yeah, I have a different question.
Okay, good. Let's move on.
I hope I can shorten the question because I don't know exactly what.
You can do it. I believe in you. I believe in you.
But I had argued conversation with a kid and his mother, and I want your advice. How to do.
What was the conversation like?
Okay, I'll start. Actually it was very short, but the kid was very affected by the footage. But then it came through my head that it was said in a workshop that you should involve all the
family.
Yeah, everyone who is there. It's a group work. So I started to talk with the kid, but then it was very short, and then I asked the mother, and the mother said she was vegan, but then she said that, and that's because I'm also a mother, and I don't know if it's the thing, but I get very angry at her. I also, and still I don't know how to deal with
So she was vegan, but the kid wasn't vegan?
Yeah, and she said that she gave her children the choice. And then, first I said, I don't know what I should respond because I was like silent, but then I said something like, that you don't give them a choice, or how I was raised, or everyone is raised, that it's not a choice if they eat animals, you know?
It shouldn't be a choice. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, I don't know how I said it, but I think
That's what you meant.
Yeah.
How old was the child?
I think
roughly
8, 9.
All right.
Yeah, and then and after that, I don't know exactly how it went, but and she was saying, but I'm also telling them, I'm explaining everything about what's happening to the animals, but afterwards I thought she was not, because he was affected by the footage, so he didn't know, and also the kid himself said, no, I didn't know, because he was vegetarian actually, and it was the footage from the dairy industry. So I said, did you know that this is happening for, and maybe I was too direct, I don't know, for the cheese and milk you are, using, drinking.
From what you just said, I don't think that is too direct.
Okay. Well, and then when I was talking to the mother, then the kid, he ran away, because probably he was too emotional, or something, or he did one. And then his mother, of course, said, I have to go, because, and his mother said, you will get nightmares because of this. And I don't know, I don't know if I should have, I was, at that time, I was in a fight in my head, should I focus on the mother or on the kid? I didn't know which direction to go in this whole scenario.
Yeah, you could have addressed both. So to the mother, you could have said, when she said, I think he's going to have nightmares, you could have said, don't you think he has the right to know the truth about where these things that you're feeding him come from? Mm-hmm. And if he was about 8, that's old enough to understand the footage and have a conversation. Yeah. Then to the kid, you could actually outrage the kid like we outrage anyone.
Yeah, but if the parent is being domineering and...
Did I tell that she was vegan?
I think
Did you ask her straight up, how come? Did you ask her why she's vegan?
Yeah, because she said because
ethical reasons?
Yeah.
So then did you say, how come you don't think your kid should be vegan?
Yeah, why does she buy non-vegan food for her kids?
I asked, and then she said, I gave them the choice because I want them to choose.
Sure, but do you also give your child the choice to drink alcohol and take drugs? Like, at the end of the day, you're the parent here, and you're responsible for their ethical choices. Yes. And don't you think you have a responsibility to instill them with the correct ethical choices?
Yeah.
Do you really think that this should be a choice that your 8-year-old should engage in?
I think if you talk with her like that, and they say, I gave them choice, when you give them choice, did you also explain how those animals were?
Yeah, she said, I explained to him, but she was lying, actually.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
This kid, yeah.
Otherwise he wouldn't have been...
It also hurt me, because I think, already getting emotional. I'm emotional type, you know?
I don't believe she's vegan.
Those parents lie to the children.
Yeah.
You were saying you should outreach children, but the parents, they have so much power.
Yeah.
They do, and even if you outreach the kid, they're going to go home with the same parent. But there is only so much we can do, and we can't get attached to the outcome. So every time we speak to someone, we have 5 or 10 minutes with them, and we can't be too attached to the outcome, which is them going vegan, because otherwise we're just going to destroy our own souls. We won't be able to continue doing the work that we do. We do our best, we do what we know works, and the rest of it is going to depend on that person.
I'm going to tell you a little story. Alright, I was just in a place called Anzio, which is a regional city in Rome, about an hour's drive from Rome. And this was the last stop in Italy for the Mission Italy campaign that I just did, which is what I did before I came to the UK to do the camp out and before I came here, alright? So this is just recently it happened. And this beautiful girl, she must have been no older than 7, 8, I would say around the same age. She was looking at our roll-up banner, the information about the organization, and she was staring at it while she was eating her ice cream. And I was just standing there, and I was like, hello, would you like to know what we're doing here? And she said, yeah, what is this? This is about animals? And she spoke English. And I said, oh, okay, yeah, I can tell you what we're doing here. We're here because we respect animals. Do you think that people should respect animals? Yes. And how do you feel about people who don't respect animals? I hate it. And I said, oh, okay. And do you think it's possible, I'm doing the protocol, but I'm changing the language a little bit, yeah? Do you think it's possible to respect animals if you eat what comes from their bodies, such as their flesh or, you know, when you eat meat? Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, see, I said I wanted to become vegetarian to my parents, so she had like an understanding about this to some degree. I said vegetarian doesn't address the issue because animals are still exploited for their breast milk and etc. And I said, look, I'd like to show you exactly what happens in the dairy industry because on the screens was at that time exactly that. So I walked her over, and the rest of the interaction, it was like she was just glued to the screen. She couldn't even comprehend anything I was saying anymore because she was just like, what the fuck? And I said, are you listening to what I'm saying? Because I was trying to continue. And she's like, oh, I'm gonna go now. And I was like, oh, okay, do you want a card? And she's like, no, thank you. And then she leaves. And this is probably because her parents taught her not to take things from strangers, which is good. But anyway, she left, and she went back to her parents. And like 15 minutes later, this guy comes right up to the Cuba like a fucking coward. You know how they do it. They walk right up to the Cuba in their faces and start talking shit into their ears, like right in their faces. So I separate them. And I'm like, if you've got something to say, you can say it to me. And then I realized what he was saying was, fuck you, you shouldn't be showing this to kids. And then he starts saying that shit to me. Fuck you guys. And I'm like, whoa, 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 what's going on here? And he's like, you're showing this to my young girl, she came to us crying. You know, you shouldn't be showing this to kids, you're traumatizing kids, blah, blah, blah. And by the way, this is literally, and I'm not exaggerating at all, this is the first time in my entire experience of doing over 1,000 cubes of truth around the world that I've ever seen a child cry from watching the footage. In my experience, it's the first time. I've never seen a child cry. They're usually just looking with curiosity and wonderment. And I felt bad for the fact that the child cried because she was a little sweetheart. I found her endearing. So I don't like that. But the truth is not a bowl of cherries. The truth is harsh, and they deserve to be shown. They should be shown the truth. If we are going to show them in comic book style cartoons and explain it comically to them, it's not going to land the same way, right?
This boy was actually also crying. So when you're telling this, I should have stayed focused with this kid because he was affected and the mother was not.
Right, but if the parents are being domineering, if they're controlling things in the conversation, no, you talk to me, you don't talk to my kid, like if they start doing that, and that's what happened in this case because the child went back to their parents anyway, and then the father was like, fuck you, but I get your point, meat is murder, right? And I'm like, you don't even know my point. He's like, okay, I'll give you 2 minutes, go. And I'm like, what makes you think that I'm going to engage with someone who's disrespecting me? And he's like, oh, see, you guys are just blah, blah, and he starts talking shit, right? And I'm like, just leave. And he's like, oh, yeah? And he gets in my face like that. And then his wife separates, he's like, no! Like, pushes her husband away. No! Right? And then the wife starts engaging with me. Paul, she's like, no, she didn't say my name. She's like,
what the fuck?
I meant to say please. She's like, please understand, when you show this to children, you're traumatizing them. Please stop doing this. Please, it's not good for the children to be doing. And anyway, that conversation was recorded. and I might upload it because I think I will, because it's the first time I've even dealt with this kind of situation where a child cried. So I think I should also share this. By the end of the conversation, she said she would watch Dominion and decide whether... Yeah, and since the child had already said that they want to go vegetarian, I pointed out the fact that what the child was trying to address was that they didn't want to be responsible for exploiting animals. So actually the result should be vegan, not vegetarian. And I was educating the mother on this, who was more open-minded than the father because he was trying to be a tough guy, right? And so the result of that conversation was, it was a lot of like, I get your point, but you need to understand my point. She kept doing that. But I was understanding her point. Look, this work, I kept saying, look, this work cannot be perfect. There's no perfect way to deliver this. She's like, why don't you go and speak to children in elementary schools? You don't think we're trying? You think we can just easily get in? That's a good point. I'm like, yeah, that's where they get educated in the opposite direction. And I said, on this card, we actually have one of the greatest animal rights activists to ever live, perhaps the greatest. He was lecturing in college. Colleges, they're too old. You need to get to them when they're children. Like, you're making a point about this. Like, I'm teaching you so you can teach your children right now. And you think it's easy for us to... We can't just easily get into... We're forced out onto the streets to practice our right to deliver this to people in the way that we know how. Like, it can't be done perfectly. So, but by the end, she said she would watch Dominion and the speech. And then she would decide whether she shows it to her children. And she said, I'm going to have a serious discussion with her, and if she wants to go vegan, I will fully support her choice.
Wow.
So, but she was open-minded, so like, yeah, if I was just talking to the father, it wouldn't have gone that way. So in the case where they force themselves into the conversation and you can't engage with the child anymore, all you can do is your best. And this leads to what I want to say now to summarize everything that we've been talking about. There's only 4 things that you can control. What you say, how you say it, who you say it to, are they reachable or not, and how long you say it. And that is literally all you can control. And people ask us, but how do you measure your success? How do you know if you're being successful? Well, unless we hire private investigators to follow every individual after the interaction, we cannot possibly know whether they've gone vegan or not, no matter how much data is produced through how much time they watched Dominion or something on YouTube, or whether they clicked a pop-up box that said, are you vegan now? That doesn't give us an accurate answer. So it's not accurate and it's not reliable, and this kind of information will only cause other activists to think they're doing a good job when they could possibly have a lot to learn with their outreach, but they think they've already figured it all out. So we should only work on what we can control and measure our success accordingly, which is what we can say, how we can say it, who we say it to, and how long we say it. Make sense?
Can I say something? I think the fact that the parents are so worried about their children being traumatized is so speciesist. Because if they were seeing someone kicking a child, they would never say, oh, you're showing this to my child.
I actually said to her, how dare you talk about trauma? Look at the trauma that you're inflicting on animals, and you're forcing your child to be a part of this. How dare you, right? So again, I do think I should upload this, because this is a good case of like how, we get this question a lot, don't we? Like how we should deal with parents and children.
Yeah. Yeah, but I also, if I can react to Marija, I really doubt if this mother is vegan. Yeah. Because why would she?
I agree.
Why would she?
You're right.
Buy animal products?
Maybe.
You know?
A vegan parent should not give their kids non-vegan products.
I bet if, yeah, I agree. I think if you asked her, what does vegan mean to you? It's about what you don't eat animals, you know what I mean?
That's a good point.
It's a diet to them.
If you ask her, what does veganism mean to you, and you heard her definition?
Yeah, because it all starts from that point of the definition of the word. Yeah.
No, I'm together with Patrick, and his children are not vegan.
But
and
we
then
don't.
Then there was an agreement with his ex-wife where it's written down that they are allowed to eat milk and dairy and everything at our house. And then after a while I said, well, that we cannot fight against, but there's not written down that we have to buy it for them. So fuck her.
So you stop buying it.
My kids never
I like your style.
We never buy
Absolutely.
non-vegan food for our kids.
Well, because you're culpable. At that point, you are responsible.
Yeah.
Would you say, like, to the parent, like, why are you just letting your 8-year-old run around without your super good?
That's what I said. In this interaction I'm referring to, I said, hang on a second. Your sweet daughter was hanging around wanting to learn more. Where were you?
So many worse places.
And you know what she said?
Yes.
Are you judging me for my parenting?
Oh God.
And I
Are
said,
you judging me for my activism?
and that's exactly what I said. Literally word for word.
That's why we started AV together.
And she's like, yeah, you're right, we're judging each other. Yeah.
Just one thing, maybe instead of showing that girl in videos, you could have explained what's happening there without the footage. To explain that.
No. This is fundamental for them to see it. It is not children who can't handle the truth as much as they... Children cry over a bunch of stuff all the time.
But also, have you seen what kind of games children play at that age now? How violent it is?
But by the way, the goal is not to traumatize them. If they are emotional as a result, that is the least... The cost of that in response, like that girl will never forget what she saw, right? For the rest of her life, she will be changed. That's why it's fundamental. If I just simply explained it, it wouldn't hit as hard. Especially when children are not as conditioned as adults. The brain is completely programmed by the time you become an adult. And so getting to them while they're young is extremely important. We should not waste that opportunity.
Most impact.
Again, we're not... If anyone thinks that this is child abuse... Okay, well then, if you don't think it's child abuse, then what's the issue? What's the issue?
I went vegetarian when I was 7. When I saw those images, I didn't know vegan.
Sure. So, but you were trying to address the problem. So you know how I was saying before there's 2 kinds of vegetarians? So you were the first kind that just needed a bit of you needed some education, and then you would have gone vegan. So if you had someone outreaching you while you saw the footage, you would have actually gone vegan.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I wanted to add that. Like, I would like ask the parent maybe also what's more traumatizing for a child, to see the truth or to be lied to, like their whole like.
Exactly.
Or to realize that they were responsible for something that was forced upon them, and it's the greatest injustice on earth.
Exactly.
Yep.
Isn't it for the child more terrible afterwards when she learns about it, and she, after many years,
what she said?
Yeah. Every real... Exactly.
It's sorry about the time she wasn't vegan.
Exactly.
I guess all of us, we feel sorry about, feels bad about the time we weren't vegan. I wish someone told me.
That's what every real vegan says. I wish I had gone vegan sooner.
Yes.
And so this is actually a privilege to be educating children. You know?
I think as well, if someone's child is upset, that is an emotionally healthy response.
Exactly.
And that child is essentially offering their parents a lesson. That's the natural response. Like, you should take note.
Yeah, another thing I said was, if we were showing blueberries being picked, would you have any issue? Would you take your child to pick strawberries? But you would never take them into a slaughterhouse. Do you wonder why that is? Do you think that maybe we have a valid point?
Yeah, but also what you said, like, adults should also be crying and getting upset. The reason why they're not is because they're so heavily conditioned.
Yeah.
So that the correct response or reaction is to get upset, unless you're a psycho.
As you could see with my response to those Swiss people. It's like the couple from Switzerland. I was upset, like, based on their lack of emotional
apathy.
Their apathy towards the injustice. Yeah. This is so for me. I've actually become like, I don't cry as often anymore. I'm just angry, That's the main emotion that I have, is just angry. But I've said this a lot, and I'll say it ad nauseum. The thing to do with that anger is to not be inactive because you feel too angry when you talk to non-vegans. The thing to do with that anger is to put it into effective activism. And the more effective it is, the more fulfilled you will feel, because you're transmuting anger into something productive, which is making a change in the world for the animals.
Yes.
Okay, next question. Bav.
Would you recommend speaking up to the victims that people eat cats and dogs for outrage?
Absolutely. You know, I've noticed, the question is, would you recommend that when we speak to vegans, we should talk about their cats and dogs and whether they feed them vegan food? And this is the thing I want to say, right? For some reason, when we talk with vegans about cats and dogs that they have at home, it feels like we're talking to non-vegans.
Especially cats.
Yeah, especially cats. Most people understand it with dogs. Now, if any of you are triggered by what I've said because you have cats at home, please just understand that it is not an obligation for them to eat non-vegan. They absolutely can eat vegan food. And if you have to supplement with taurine, it's the same thing as us taking a B12 supplement.
In the food. Yeah, in the vegan food.
And if you're in Europe, you have an abundance of choice that you can either get delivered to your home or you can find available in a retail store. So we have an obligation to not be the reason why countless animals are going to... Because a lot of people say, well, I don't want to harm my cat. You are, based on an assumption of harming your cat, you are definitely harming plenty of other animals in the process. There are too many vegans that I know, too many, that have cats that are fed plant-based successfully for it to be the case that they all need to be eating a non-vegan diet. That is just simply incorrect, guys. Alright?
You can always ask the cow to feel if they were killing dogs and eat the cows or cats or something.
Or you.
Yeah, then it becomes about...
I know, but again, like putting them in the victim's position, like...
Yeah, because it becomes about whether that one cat they have at home is more important than all the cows and pigs and chickens who are getting killed so that that cat can eat them. Who said that that one little one is more important or they deserve more respect, right?
Yeah.
The only thing we have discussed in the past for maybe less than 1% of the cats who, for whatever reason, need to eat animal products, and this is the solution that we came to, I think it might have come up at a workshop, was that they get the meat somehow without it becoming a demand. So for example, if it was like the waste at a butcher shop that was given to them for free, or if they went dumpster diving and they took the packages of meat for free, and so there was no demand being created, and then they fed that to the cat that for some reason has to eat the flesh.
Yes, but I have two issues with that. One, it's still using animals, and two, it's impractical for people to be committed to dumpster diving to keep their cat fed. I think
it's a choice. The cat can go on a plant-based diet, or if they're insisting that all the vets said that they need to.
Oh, and vets. Why are we listening to vets who are by far and large not vegan?
Yes.
Right? Eating their patients.
Oh wow.
Not their actual patients, but it's a good saying.
Yeah, no, yeah.
And a lot of people say, yes, but my cat's fussy. Yeah, because they're cats.
Fuck your cat.
They're gonna be all gonna be like too elegant to eat. But it's your responsibility to be like, well, if you don't eat this plant-based food, you don't eat, motherfucker.
You can starve to death.
You don't eat. This is the food you have, and if you don't eat it, you don't eat. And I'm not gonna let you outside so you can go and kill a bird either. Yeah. And they're not gonna let themselves starve to death.
Nah.
That is irrational, if you think that. Completely irrational.
And try another one. If try
another one.
There's so many.
And And there's wet food, like canned food, and then there's dry food. Try anything and everything that's available.
Yeah.
And even if you have to prepare cat food yourself, there's recipes online.
You can even give them like human food, like, you know, the burgers that you would eat or the sausages that you buy from the supermarket. Try so many things
But the thing
until
is,
you
like,
give up.
vegans give up very easily. They're
Yeah,
like, well, I
when it
tried
comes
for
to their
one
cats.
meal or for 1 week and it didn't work. It's like, dude, you have a responsibility.
Totally.
Yeah.
I would say if like someone who identifies themselves as vegan, but they feed like their cats and dogs animals, I would say they haven't actually understood what veganism is.
And so we arrive back at the definition, yes.
It's a mindset. They see it as a set of practices, and they see it as not creating a demand,
Yeah.
instead of not viewing animals as resources to use.
We're learning together here. Because you did just, I don't mean to call you out here, but you did just say that we're not creating a demand. Which, by the way, I just want to say,
But
this
this
is...
is what we have discussed in the past.
I know, but and I used to say it too, so I'm calling myself out actually as well, my old self. Because this is what the super intellectual vegans online who debate endlessly are saying, these things.
I want to touch on what he said. Even the fact that identifying as a vegan doesn't even align with the principle. It's not an identity. It's a principle.
Exactly.
Like me being against child abuse is not like making me
Your identity.
related.
Oh, that's such a beautiful point.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say like identity, like identifying as a vegan.
Like they can call themselves vegan. They're not.
It's just, yeah.
Like I never say I'm not a vegan. I'm like, in alignment with the principle.
I don't even like to say I'm vegan. If someone says, are you vegan? I say yes, but if I'm in a situation, I would rather say I don't use animals, I don't eat animals. It's not that I don't want to be judged because of, the state of our society. It's just like, because it's so confused. And you're right, it's not an identity, it's about what I'm doing, what actions I'm taking.
But like either I'm aligning with the principle, or yes, I think that it's wrong, or that animals are not here for us to exploit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we will arrive in a world one day where that word is not necessary and we will just simply say, are you a human supremacist or not? Right? Because we have that word supremacist in the context of other injustices. Andreas?
Yeah, I was just going to add on that. I hear a lot of people giving credits for being vegan now, so even from other vegans, being like, yeah, so that's an accomplishment. We need to, I'm proud of you, whatever. But actually, it should be the default,
Yes.
I said this in my talk at the Vegan Camper. When you are vegan, you just stop doing something you shouldn't have been doing anyway. So you shouldn't really be getting a pat on the back.
Yeah.
Good job. It's, the bare minimum. And it is like, I'll acknowledge that it's a good thing that you're breaking the cycle, that you're no longer part of the conditioning in society. But at the end of the day, would we say in the case of any other injustice? No. Like, I grew up in a family and a society and a culture that was heavily homophobic and still is, and racist. Okay? So, again, for me to not be a racist and to not be a homophobe, should I be congratulated for that? No, of course not. Yep.
I just think it's about context, because I agree that it should be the default and we shouldn't applaud people too much for it. But I do think it's important, psychologically speaking, that people can feel very proud of being vegan. And you all sitting, I think there should be a certain feeling of pride, because it is at the moment going against the normal society. I think in the future it will have to become the norm, but right now people should to some extent be able to feel proud, and also that we congratulate each other on acknowledging that for ourselves and making the steps towards vegan. I think that there should still be space for that as well.
Okay, yeah, I think it's good to say something positive about that, but I think we shouldn't give too much
Focus.
yeah, like too much energy behind like, yeah, great thing, you're changing the world, what a positive and you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, Andres?
Yeah, I'm saying like maybe for activism, like good activism should be applauded, but the engagement should be the default, right?
I agree. I agree. I don't, like when I meet vegans, I don't go, oh, that's awesome, like I want to hang around you and be your friend. Like, but if you're a cool activist and I respect you and I want to learn from you and I consider you a colleague, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, so I agree. Yes, go on.
How do you approach and talk to vegans that don't want to be active? Because in my case, well, when I talk to vegans and that are not active, to me, they are as much species as omnivores.
So we arrive back at the definition of the word, which is to reject animal exploitation in society. I was talking about this exact thing at the vegan campout in my talk. I was like, if you are vegan and you are not active, what are you doing? Animals only have vegans to rely on. So, and again, yeah, maybe you don't understand the definition of the word. Because if you understand Leslie Cross's his initial definition, you will understand that it's a stance you take, right? That humans should not live with the exploitation of animals. They should not be exploiting animals. We are rejecting it. And so, again, like if it was any other injustice, would we just stand by and not say anything? Especially when it's happening at the level it's happening in this case. Everybody's responsible, and it's 3 times a day or more, right? And in so many other ways than that as well. So, like, to not say anything about this just seems absurd to me. And you know, I think the way you go vegan will define exactly whether you understand this or not. The way we do outreach at the Cubes has been crafted in a way that will increase the possibility of them becoming an activist more than in any other case, I think. Like, those who go vegan because of Gary Yourofsky's speech usually become activists. Why is that? Because he put that fire underneath you that this needs to change, this shit has to go. Right? And so that's the same thing you should be doing when you get people to go vegan, to understand that this needs to change, and we need you to join the animal rights movement. Yes?
Gary also hold them accountable for his speech as well. Like the people he was talking to, he held them accountable.
Yeah, like one of the classic things I love that he said was, you know, before you heard this lecture, sure, you had the ignorance point, right? You didn't know better. But when you hit the doors and you leave this room, what's your excuse now? So yeah, he was always like making sure that they're held accountable. That's one of the reasons why we stand by that principle in our outreach. He already laid out the blueprint. We're just further perfecting it. Anyone else? Yes?
Yeah, hello. I was late today, so I have some questions about the event that starts tomorrow.
Yep.
It's a bit off topic, but sorry. Is my understanding correct if I say that there are like 2 roles? One's making the queue and the other one approaching people? And how that works? Like, do you choose where to be and should you switch from one to the other?
Your first cue?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Welcome. So we have everybody is expected to be in the cube when needed, unless you have some kind of medical condition that keeps you, you know, from being able to do that. And then when you're not in the cube, you're expected to do outreach. So that's how we work. And when you're ready to come out of the cube, you just raise your hand, and an organizer will come over and switch you out.
Okay. And when we arrive at the place, do you want us to announce ourselves or to approach someone?
There's a briefing at every shift at the beginning. Okay. 12 o'clock, 3 p.m., 6 p.m. So you have to be 15 minutes early to your shift so that you're ready for the briefing. Cool. All right? Yeah. And then the briefing will get everybody on the right page, like raising your hand, all these little protocols that you need to understand, we'll cover them during the briefings, okay? You're joining the most badass Cube of Truth ever, by the way, for your first one.
For your first one.
Who else? Because we've got 30 minutes left.
I have the second question.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
So it was something that happened to me. I was talking to this mother and like a guy. The guy was like just not open. He was very like, no, but I just like, you know, trying to find his way out. The mother was much more open, which is weird because usually it's the other way around. But she said, like, she was very affected, and she was like, okay, no, you're right, like, this is so wrong, I have to, like, stop eating this and this and this. And I tried to explain to her, like, the basis of it, like, this is exploitation, everything, not just what you eat, so also this and this. And she got it, but then she said, well, I mean, we do have a couple chickens in our yard, and we, like, they gave them to us, so we didn't buy them. And they're still alive, and they make a lot of eggs, and we give half back to them, but the other half we eat. And so I was like wondering if I should like push harder, and to what extent, because
they didn't eat anything else?
No, like she wasn't vegan, but at that point she was ready to go vegan, but she was wondering, if I go vegan, can I still eat the eggs from my chickens?
So I would say, let's talk when you have gone vegan.
Yeah, but like...
But then they won't be talking after they go vegan.
But we know that it never just comes down to that, because someone who
Let's say they're
takes
genuine,
backyard
though.
eggs
Yeah.
are going to go and have brunch at the cafe, and they're going to have eggs.
And that's usually the case. Yeah. But let's just say they're genuine.
Yeah.
We come back to the definition of veganism. Being vegan means you reject exploiting them. Okay, then that's all you have to do.
Yeah, but she said, so what am I going to do? Am I going to throw the eggs away?
They're not for you to use.
Yeah, but they're there anyway. So
you can feed it back to the chickens.
Yeah, she's doing that already.
All of them?
No, because they don't eat as much.
That's up for the chicken to decide. If it's going to just become fertilizer for the soil, that's up for the chicken to decide.
Look,
it's their property, not yours.
It sounds like she just wanted you, the animal rights activist, to say yes, to give her the green light, and you should never. Because we know that whatever we say, they're going to do less than that.
Exactly.
So you should never say yes. If she wants to do that, if she actually goes vegan other than this, okay, fine. But it shouldn't be because we said it's okay.
Actually, if people like this lady are saying like, oh, I have chickens which were safe, there's a way how to make them stop giving eggs. They can go to the vet, but it's going to give them injections, and they're going to stop having eggs.
I don't
But
know
maybe that's not
correct.
a good thing to do to them either. Like, what are we doing to them?
Why do
Modifying
we
their
need to
body?
stop them having eggs? The eggs can just become fertilizer. What gives us the right to decide what we do with the eggs?
Yeah, because then we're doing some trauma to their body, maybe.
Yeah, they should. It's painful for them to have eggs, so maybe it's more painful to have eggs for the whole life.
Look, this is getting a bit complicated because I know that, but then also this process might be painful or harmful to them. We don't know. They're not
We have a
giving us any
responsibility.
consent.
Yes, and we have a responsibility to just communicate what veganism actually means and let the chips fall where they may. That's all we can do, is control what we say, how we say it, right? So at the end of the day, you're telling them that animal exploitation is wrong and you should reject it, and when it comes to the eggs, you shouldn't be deciding what you do with them. And if they're like, oh, veganism is too extreme, bullshit. It isn't. It's actually a very concise, it's a very clear and consistent message.
I wanted to add that it's not throwing away eggs.
Right.
Because it's not from them. It's not their eggs.
Yeah.
So they're also not throwing them away. I mean, I don't know, you cannot say that to them, but I just, in our thinking...
It's not yours to take.
Then we throw them away.
Yeah.
We wouldn't say that about animals in the wild who lay eggs.
No.
And some of those eggs might become a baby, and the chicken has the right to decide how they feel about that, how they deal with that. It's not for us. And if you decide to have a chicken in your backyard, like because you've rescued them and you want to give them a sanctuary, then you also have to deal with the responsibility of like putting their eggs in the corner of your yard so that it becomes fertilizer.
I would also ask them, if the chicken stopped laying eggs, would you continue to take care of them?
I asked them if they are going to buy more chickens when they die.
Yes.
She said, you would never kill them, right?
Right.
So, okay, but when they die, are you going to stop eating eggs?
No, when they stop laying eggs through menopause.
Or stop laying eggs. I mean, it's the same.
Yeah, similar, same thing. So what did she say?
And she said, no, we would never buy more chickens. We just have these. But I didn't ask about the laying eggs, because if they stop laying eggs, are you gonna
exactly? Are you still gonna look after them?
Yeah, or whatever.
Gary has this cool story where he used to work at the sanctuary, and then people would come and like choose which one they wanted to rescue, and he'd be like, "Yeah, cool. So we've got these older hens. They've stopped laying eggs, but they're beautiful. Like this one here. Her name is Doris. She's really lovable, really affectionate." And they'd be like, "Ooh. Have you got any that lay eggs?" I'm like, yeah, I see.
Yeah, the truth.
Yeah.
What she wants.
I think we shouldn't be wasting so much time on those kind of people if they're not vegan anyway. Once they go vegan, they'll automatically know that they should not exploit. And we shouldn't focus so much of energy on what kind of situations.
These are all,
Yeah. Anyone else? Ben?
I kind of have a question for everybody. It kind of relates back to the controlling the conversation. But the question is, do any of you think that veganism is a debate?
Did everyone hear the question?
No.
Do you think that veganism is a debate?
No.
Like, I mean, we already know that this is... Right?
Like, is there any room for discussion, you mean?
There's no debate about it, right? So
No.
when you're having the outreach, like when you're getting outreach, just remember that. Like, this is a debate, and keep that stance, and that's another way to help.
Yeah.
Justice is not up for debate.
Justice is not on vacation. I learned something today.
That's a t-shirt.
I need royalties.
Any more questions? Yes?
Yeah, I was wondering how...
Louder, please, louder.
Yeah, I was wondering how to speak most effective in groups. So in an outreach setting, when I have like a group of teenagers of 8 persons, is it smarter to split them and just when you have the capacity, you have more? So where's
It depends on the group. So it's not really, it has nothing to do with the number of people. It has to do with whether you on your own can manage all of them. So can they all hear you, or are they all engaged? You know, it's okay, you can outreach all of them. But if it's difficult, then you can actually, you know, get some outreacher to go to the other side, and then maybe you outreach 3 of them, they outreach 3 of them. So there is no set rule, but we say that if you can manage it, you do the outreach one-on-one, or you do a full group. And we always say to not interrupt. So unless you have asked an outreacher to help you, we don't want any other outreacher to just come in and interrupt and start talking and start asking questions, because maybe they think they have better answers to the questions, or maybe they think you need help. If you need help, you will ask for it.
Okay, it's all about communication.
It's all about, yes, because it is disrespectful when outreachers do that to each other, especially if it's just a one-on-one conversation and you're already doing it, there's no point.
Okay, and then another question, what is with, because of the language barrier, and sometimes when you have the capacity, is it quite, so is it good to do like outreach translator?
Like with Google Translate or something? I mean, if you're somewhere that doesn't have good foot traffic, it's not very busy, you finally got someone to talk to, and they're really interested, sure, yes. Yeah. Any more questions? Yes?
I want to go back to this point about vegans who are not active and how we should incorporate
sometimes vegans will come to you for not active. Should we spend any time first trying to understand why they are vegan and maybe correct them on their definition and try to get them to be active and join us?
Yep, because if you ask those vegans why you're vegan, they might say for the animals, and then you should say, well, what is the meaning of the word though? How is it defined to you? And usually those vegans will say, well, it's about not eating meat, not eating dairy, not eating eggs. So again, you have to then go back into defining it and then saying, do you reject animal exploitation in society? Do you think that others should have the right to exploit animals to death?
So the answer is we should spend time with those vegans.
Absolutely. You're talking to people who are the animal's only chance. Yeah. All right. Yep.
So I'm wondering if you guys are drawing any conclusion from this, like these answers. It's going called like many times back to the definition of veganism. Are you drawing any conclusions about this?
What do you mean?
Like maybe add it to the flowchart. Like ask what do you think veganism means, for example. And then you explain the definition and the short definition.
That's a good suggestion.
Yeah.
See, I think, yeah.
It might work.
Because if everyone does it, why not?
See, because that language is 1951,
Yeah, we could not.
I think we should update it. Yeah, I think it's a principle that we reject animal exploitation. A man is also an old term.
Human.
Yeah.
People.
And I think it should also include human supremacy, like that expression should be in the definition too, in my opinion.
If I was to put like a second phrase to it, it would be this addresses the mindset that humans think they're superior.
Superior.
Yeah, well, doctrine is like a mindset or a set of principles.
Yeah, but literally no one uses that term in 2024. Yeah.
Modernize it.
Yeah, I think that's what needs to happen.
What I was going to say is we could like interchange that question with what's the number one benefit, and in a way tailor it so that they, or when we're answering the question, what's the number one benefit? Well, veganism means that you have this mindset, right? And so this is the benefit, and so we can tie it in there.
Yeah, I like that.
Instead of saying doctrine, we said mindset. Like veganism is the mindset. That we should live with.
Or a position that you take. A moral position that you take.
Yeah, I think like rejecting animal exploitation is pretty perfect.
Yeah.
So answering, like we update the flowchart, say veganism is the rejection that animals are here to exploit. So the number one benefit to you is you're not going to hurt the rest.
Yeah.
Being a human being who rejects animal exploitation
As an alternative.
as
an alternative.
As an alternative. Oh, I thought you meant that should be in the definition as an alternative. Yeah, we've learned a lot in this.
We have a lot of.
I'm glad we did 6 hours because we really went deep, which is exactly what I wanted out of this.
Yeah, we did.
Last question, I think.
Yeah, it's not a question, but it's more like feedback. Like instead of saying you should go vegan, you should adopt the mindset. It's more like I adopted the vegan mindset 10 years ago. So instead of saying I went vegan 10 years ago, something like that.
Instead of saying I went vegan 10 years ago, what do you want to say?
No, it's just an example. Like you
Yeah.
say I adopted the vegan mindset 10 years ago.
It's not a mindset though, because mindset is one thing, action is another thing.
Yeah, because action follows from that mindset.
Not always though. That's why it doesn't. I can't resonate with that because mindset is not always followed by action. But when you take a position, that means there is action attached to it. So when you reject animal exploitation or animal use, then there is action in it. A mindset is more of an idea, you know, it's
I
a
think-
bit more abstract.
Yeah, but that was what veganism is. It's that the idea is not a set of practices. It's an idea.
But it's not an idea, it's a principle.
It's a principle.
Yeah, the
that says
principle
action.
that humans should not exploit. So
But
we can
look-
we can I think we could modernize this term. I
We
think.
can, and look, if you want to say that, I have nothing against that. That's the thing. Like, we don't all have to sound exactly like each other. So, like, I personally, that doesn't resonate with me.
Yeah.
But if it does resonate with you, by all means, I don't have anything against it.
Rejecting animal exploitation, ending human supremacy. Like, those are the two most perfect things, I think. And as a principle, like you said, instead of saying I went vegan 10 years ago, I adopted the mindset of a vegan 10 years ago. I think that doesn't resonate with me. I would much rather, I rejected animal exploitation 10 years ago. I stopped being a human
I stopped being
supremacist.
responsible for it. Yeah, there are so many ways you can say it.
That's that's one of the reasons why I don't resonate. It's
Yeah,
like-
I had the mindset, but I wasn't acting on it.
What's missing is that they're not aligning their actions.
Yes.
So that's why we need to kick them up the asshole.
Yeah.
Me and Nico were interviewing all the vegans at the campo, asking like if they essentially knew the definition, but we were asking them the way that do they align with this principle, right? And or their actions align with this principle, right? And so that's kind of like alignment. I like that. And I've kind of steered away from like changing or converting or convincing people to go vegan. It's like helping people align with the principle that most of them already believe in. And that's more practical.
Wow. We went really deep.
Yeah, many ways to say it, whatever resonates with you. And, you know, we're all learning together so we can keep changing it and updating it.
So should this definition go before we ask what's stopping you from being vegan? Or when we say the number one benefit? Because if you're asking them what's stopping them from being vegan, you take for granted that they know what it means.
Good point.
But then even later on you can clarify to make sure they understand it and they are on the same page.
But yeah, that's true. I just think it is a good thing to set the tone early. So do you know what the word vegan means? Oh, I think it's about not eating, it's the same thing every time.
Yeah.
No, that's not what it means. This is what it means. I think that...
It's a good question.
I think that is a good
is a good
suggestion to put in the flowchart. Yep.
Yeah, I also heard saying veganism is an ethical stance against animal abuse.
Yeah, I've said that, but animal exploitation instead of abuse, I would say.
But then this ethical stance.
It is an ethical stance. That's why I'm saying you can say it so many ways. It's a moral stance, it's an ethical stance, it's a position that you're taking against an injustice. So many ways to say it.
But we should find a way to say everyone say it the same,
Not necessarily.
In the flowchart.
Not necessarily.
Everyone define veganism the same. It's not subjective, it's an objective thing.
It's not about it being objective or subjective, it's just that we can say it in different ways and it's okay. We don't all have to... She can say it's a moral obligation, moral stance. I can say it's a mindset. He can say something else.
It shouldn't just be fake. It has to be clear that you are against the misuse
Yes.
of animals.
It's whatever comes from you,
Use.
You feel passionate about
The
it,
use.
you express it.
Yeah. No, misuse implies that there's a good way to use them. Right? Yep.
Use, animal use.
I just want to say there is this idea in the movement that people keep redefining what it means and everyone has their definition, and that in itself is inherently problematic, I think.
Yeah.
So, where do we draw the line between, kind of like you said, in the sense that, yes, there's many ways to say the same thing because language is expansive like that, but I just want to err on the side of caution in terms of whatever it means to you, because that can be misconstrued so far, unfortunately.
Yeah, I do think we should have a clear and consistent way that we explain it.
Yeah, and it was defined in 1951.
Say that again?
It was defined in 1951 by Cross, as you know.
Yeah.
That's how it was defined. It was simple.
Yeah, in one line.
Yeah, everyone should, like within one line, say like veganism is the principle that we should live, or humans should live without destroying animals.
Yeah.
For example, or ethical principle. That's what
Yeah.
I think we should like get that approach somehow.
Yeah.
So we're all on the same page. That's what the founders wanted veganism to be. That everyone was on the same page.
Yeah.
But it also depends to who you say it, right? I mean, it's about like trying to get action.
To make sure the person understands it.
So, yeah, so you have the idea, but we're not talking about philosophy here.
Exactly.
So
Yeah.
I think that's the problem with this movement. Sometimes it gets too philosophical and too much in the head, so we want to simplify it so that the average person on the street can understand it. So I think this is great, and we should keep the conversation going. Paul and I are going to discuss this more. We're going to definitely update the chart. But for now, we take one more question, and then we're going to play the video.
Andreas has his hand up.
Yeah, it was a question though. It was just a final, how about we just reference the original definition, but we explain it with modern words?
Well, that's what we're doing right now.
Yeah, that's what we're doing.
Keep it to the,
Yeah.
Yeah, we're definitely we're gonna keep talking about it until we feel comfortable with something that an alternative. Okay, so we're gonna play the video. How long is the video?
It's only 3 minutes.
3 minutes?
Who here, raise your hand if you were at one damn week. Wow, a lot of you. That's awesome. Ben said that it changed his life. And I can attest to that. It was easily the most powerful activism I have ever done. And I just did 15 days in Taipei recently. And I did a month in Italy, but nothing has even come close to that experience that I had in Amsterdam last year. So I'm just going to play something that kind of relives a moment in time during that week, just to get you energized and in the mindset of what this is all about. Where's Shupa?
She's sitting here.
Oh, you went from there to...
She's moving around.
Can you please turn the projector back on?
Okay, before you play that, I'm just going to bring up a couple of points about tomorrow or, the rest of the month. It's going to be a long month.
Tomorrow or the rest of the month?
Yeah, because it's not just tomorrow. Some of you are going to be there for just maybe one day. But like Paul was saying, we have shifts. So if you want to do just one shift or two back to back, make sure you're 10 to 15 minutes early so you can do the briefing. For tomorrow, like I said earlier, if you have a light laptop that you can bring just for our backup option, please bring it fully charged. Remove the password on it. We do the briefings before every shift, but this is something just a few things I want to cover because it might be too late to bring them up when you're already at the cube. Obviously, we expect that everyone wears black. If you have an AV top or a cap that you want to wear, that's awesome. If not, please wear black. Shoes are fine if you're wearing different colors, but again, if you can keep it to simple colors, not bright and things like that. Personal hygiene. I know it's common sense, but we have to bring it up. It's hot in Amsterdam. Make sure if you can, take a shower, put on a fresh t-shirt. We're all going to be standing close to each other in the cube, sweating, and we're going to be averaging people. We're going to be standing very close to them. So having fresh breath and not smelling is a must, because we want to attract them and we want to hold them there so we can continue the conversation with them. If you do go on a break and you have your lunch, if you can freshen up and then come back. Also, we don't want any food to be, or snacks to be kept around the cube or in the gazebo. You're more than welcome to take as many breaks as you want during the day. Go and eat. You can sit around a damn square, but not at the cube while you're eating. And we're gonna have masks for everyone. What else, Shilpa? Is there anything that we need to mention? Yes.
Storage, I know it's probably not.
Yes, thank you. No bag storage. We don't have any space for you, so bring whatever you can actually wear. Bring a bag that is light enough for you to wear, whether you're standing in the cube, you're doing outreach, you're going on a break. We absolutely cannot store anything. We can't take the responsibility for your belongings. Thank you for bringing that up. Make sure you bring water with you. It's going to be hot. We don't want anyone fainting and hitting the ground. Yes, at the back.
If there is still in the fist, if you speak somewhere, it's not being outed.
Sorry?
We'll get into that during the
we're going to
briefing.
do that during the briefing. Yes.
But that's
Yes,
a huge
Shilpa.
point about storage. I know that it's hard. But if you... No, it's okay, Shilpa. That's
It's
why we're
okay.
here.
No, she was going to bring up something and she forgot. What is wrong with you?
I forgot to put it in the chat, I thought. That's what that was. Yeah, but please wear your bags with you or keep them where you are staying. If you just carry light baggage, if you can, please.
Don't forget the sunscreen.
Don't forget sunscreen. Tom?
Yeah, it was mentioned there, like in terms of like the shift, obviously. What would you like us to do if I saw someone who was going to get some food or go to the toilet or something?
You're welcome to take breaks.
But in terms of like...
Let the organisers know before you do it, that's all.
Yeah, so the only thing is if you're only going, for 5 minutes or something, you're going to the toilet, there are toilets around Down Square, you're going to be holding onto your mask because you're coming back. There is no point, swapping them. But if you're going for, half an hour or an hour, then you let your organizer know, you give them the mask, and then you go.
Just one thing,
Yes.
maybe if you're going on a break, don't keep your mask on your shoulder, put it in your bag, so we are not going to get kicked out of some place.
That's a good point. Did everyone hear that?
But then we still have our AV shirts on and stuff.
Yeah.
Why do we get kicked out?
If you're going on the toilet, if they're going to see that too many people are going for free toilets.
Yeah, but we're members of the public.
No, but she's saying they can tell from the mask that it's like a protest if they know.
Yeah, but why would they discriminate on us?
It's a pride.
Has it happened before?
A lot of stuff.
Yeah, the pride protest people aren't going to be
That
discriminated
hasn't happened
against.
before. If it hasn't happened, then it's fine. Yeah.
Yes?
Location, a lot of people might have confusion. So the first, most probably it will be on the Dam Square, the main area itself. And if you don't find us there, it will probably be in front
Of the hotel across, at the, where the monument is, that looks somewhat like a phallic.
But the first day, we will most probably have it on the main area.
Main area of Dam Square.
There are still some tents.
Sorry?
There are some tents and a giant podium there.
So that's why we're giving the heads up. Just look.
You'll see our tent though, because we'll have our gazebo up.
Just look around. We're going to be operating for the whole month. Don't give up if you can't find us. We're going to be there. Just look around.
No, but yeah, you'll see our gazebo, I think.
Yeah.
If we're not on the dam, we're around the dam.
Yeah.
Very nearby.
Yes.
Yeah, just a quick tip. The quickest, cleanest toilet is at the top of Bijenkorf. It's like that building right there. It's at Bijenkorf at the top.
Is that the shopping center?
Yeah.
Yes,
So
it's
the
the cleanest.
top floor has the public toilet.
Yes.
I disagree, Floris.
No, it's very clean.
The best toilet is in the hotel. Because it's
No, actually I disagree. Which hotel?
the one that's directly in, like...
No. Upstairs is much cleaner, at least for women.
Okay, well, not for men, in my experience.
This is a debate.
Look, just go wherever you want.
You have options. That's all I'm saying.
Just don't do it in public.
Yeah, that one.
So, just quickly, for those of you who went to One Damn Week, in one word, how would you describe it?
Someone say awful.
Powerful.
Great.
painful.
Louder, please. Say that again?
I expected more activists last year.
We had over 300. On one particular day, you mean? Yeah, but that was a strategic campaign where we wanted to focus more on the outreach effectiveness. And like, you know, for one damn day, do you understand how much of a nightmare that was to manage that cube? At one point we had 200 people in the cube. Do you understand what kind of a nightmare that was? And then like, in order to like switch everybody in and out, and then we did
great photos.
What's that? Yeah, it was great for photos and videos. It looks phenomenal as a statement, but we're here to be the most effective we can be. And we have a saying, quality over quantity. We can do a lot with a little bit, and that is powerful shit. Really. Over 300 activists over the week, and for those of you who were there, you know that it was. It was very powerful, and I'm going to play this because it'll take you back. What's up, everybody? The lights have come on here in Dam Square. I'll show you what's going on. A bunch of outreach. For hours on end, we have had non-stop conversations. Yeah, it's really a sight to be seen. The buzz here is unreal. Bystanders approach with any kind of curiosity, and we approach them immediately and start engaging and getting straight to the point. Here we go. See, everything is operating like a well-oiled machine. The outreachers are using the space here wisely, spreading out. These guys are amazing to work with. Outreach, 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 outreach. 8-person cube right now with 8 TVs, tight and tidy cube. Many people here currently recording their outreach, doing the most that they can do to maximize the impact that they're making on the streets. Lots of people here taking photos, videos, doing literally everything that they can possibly do to make the most of this event here in Amsterdam. This is the end of the second last day. Tomorrow's the last day, and I just can't believe how good this has been. Businesses locally have been supporting us, bringing us treats, supporting the activists here. People have been just voluntarily supporting us with bottles of water, and one vegan came past the other day and offered to print us new cards for free. We got 5,000 cards printed for free. People have been going vegan left and right. People have been becoming activists left and right. We've had people going vegan and jumping in the queue. We've had people who are vegan already jumping in the queue immediately as soon as they see us. This event has been one for the history books. My favorite part is how tight and tidy the cube is, how professional the presentation is of what is happening in the meat, dairy and egg industries as a point of reference, as a conversation starter, as a matter of context in the conversation. But then when I look around and I see all these outreach interactions, and this is a numbers game, and when you see all of them happening one after the other, just constantly, all day, it is a sight to be seen. It really is. You have a final chance tomorrow to be here for the biggest day of one damn week. If you're in and around Amsterdam, shit, if you could be here from the other side of the world, I implore you and I encourage you to be here. New faces, familiar faces, all here working together like a strong unit. Nothing beats these campaigns and the experience that we derive from them. You can't get this level of experience doing 3 or 4 hour cubes once a week, and that's what we would classify as a frequently active chapter. You really do need to be out here constantly. 12-hour days, it's probably pushing it in terms of energy efficiency. As you can see by the dark circles under my eyes, being out here daily, constantly, that's what's up. That's really what's up. And next year we'll be doing this again in Amsterdam. We'll adjust based on what we've learned from this campaign. It's going to be another one for the history books. See, again, I just saw someone that needed to be approached, and then within 30 seconds, an activist who I respect massively just approached. It's a true honor to be working with activists like him, and there's just so many people here I can speak very highly of. So here we are, this is it. One damn week. I implore you and encourage you to get out into the streets if you're not already active. Go to jointhecube.com to become an organizer or to get active with your local chapter. If you're not vegan and you're watching this, go to cubatruth.com and find out why you should be vegan. Peace. And that's it, guys. Thank you so much for being a part of the masterclass. Tomorrow we embark on the biggest action we have ever had the audacity to do as an organization, and you are going to be a part of that. I thank you in advance. Let's be as professional as we can be, and we are really going to make a dent in the world together for the animals. See you tomorrow. Or at Spirit.
What's the name of the restaurant?
Spirit.
Spirit.
It's a few minutes away.
We do have new cards, yes.
So anyone who wants to join us for dinner, it's called Spirit Amsterdam if you look it up. And it's about a 15-minute walk. So if you are coming, feel free to just start walking, and we're all gonna, hang out together and eat dinner. We just need a few people to stay back to help us pack if they can, and that's it.
There we go. Peace and go vegan. Bye bye.